What's up, cool people? Welcome to another study stream Saturday. So, yeah, it's pretty much gonna go as usual. Except I know the past couple of weeks I've been pushing to do a little extra with the Bible study this week, and probably for quite a while. I'm gonna just do two chapters of Bible study because I've kind of gotten that part of things caught back up with the gaming videos. So, yeah. Um, until further notice, I'll probably just continue with the two chapters. Um, and honestly, with life being how it is at the moment, I think I'm going to be shortening my gaming focused live streams because I've got a bit more on my plate than before, especially this month in particular. Like I'm doing a whole like shorts timber thing where I'm releasing a short video every day in addition to the normal stuff, unless the normal stuff was just a short video that was planned. Um, and then I also recently started like some physical therapy stuff to help with my knees and the pain that I've been feeling there, and what apparently is like, it's technically called patellar maltracking, but like it's basically my kneecaps being just a little off center. So yeah, and then you know there's some small group stuff starting back up at church now that summer break stuff is over. So yeah, I'm maybe going to not spend so much like extra time, you know, specifically recording videos and whatnot. Which is also part of the reason I'm doing Sonic Frontiers after the Bible study today and not Digimon Survive. Even though I've gotten to the point in Digimon Survive where I, would actually be getting into the new story part, potentially, of the wrathful path. But anyway, I digress. I think we've had enough introductory stuff here. Oh, man. So I think with all that being said, let me just real quick double check audio. Make sure that that's working on both, stream outputs. Yep, that seems to be just fine. So, with all that being said and done, I think it's about time. Wait. Gotta pop out the kick chat. Get all that stuff situated. Okay. Oh, hey, what's up, Owl? How you doing? Been a little bit. Which, I get, life happens, so. Appreciate you stopping by today, though, for sure. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if you heard the introductory part there, but, yeah. I've been a little busy. Suffering through a heat wave. Likewise, suffering through a heat wave. Although, is it really accurate to call it a wave since, Texas has been hot like this pretty much going on like 3 months now. Literally the entirety of the summer down here has been just like at or near 100-degree Fahrenheit highs and like basically no rain to speak of. It's just, oh man. It has been kind of rough. But anyway, like I said, in case you missed it, starting to do some physical therapy for the knee pain that I've been having. I'm literally like 3 days into it if you count the first session that I actually had there. But like most of it's going to be kind of at home stuff. Because yay, U.S. health insurance and medical bills and stuff like that. And, physical therapy being under that category. Meaning it's, complicated on the, financial front. But anyway, yeah. So I've been busy, but otherwise pretty good. Anyway, you stopped by just in time to not miss any Bible study this time around. Which, of course, you have now missed a few chapters, unless you went back and watched the archives. I guess, if you have not seen chapters, I mean, it's not like you necessarily missed anything big per se, because it's just been more rules, regulations, suggestions, whatever you want to call them, from Moses to the younger Israelites. I honestly forget at what chapter you left off. Last week I did 22 through 24. Week before that, I think, was 19 through 21. But yeah. Okay. Honestly, though, those videos won't go up for a few weeks at least. But, there's multiple ways of, being involved and watching and catching up on things. So, yeah. I mean, especially with this portion of the Bible, it's not like you're missing anything super, like, overall, Bible narrative significant. Because, I mean, literally, it's been, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it's been, I mean, shoot, it's pretty much been all rules and whatnot since, like, I don't know, chapter 12 or so. Yeah, and this, I think we're getting into the part where it's close to wrapping up the repetition. I think now it's more like summarizing the repetition, to be quite honest. But yeah, I think, I mean, really right around chapter 29 there, I don't know, it depends on what all, like, how instructional some of this is versus actually adding new stuff. But definitely by chapter 32, then we get to, hey, this is actually new stuff that's happening, and not just commands being given. Now, some of these have been kind of new, some of these commands have been kind of new, but not like, generally not like completely new themes attached to them. But anyway, lest I carry on with, trying to explain stuff that honestly I'm not sure needs to be explained that much, I guess I might as well just kind of hop into things here. So, let me get the recording going here, and then we'll actually dig into, the study part of things. Here we go. All right. So we're looking at Deuteronomy chapter 25 right now. The latest actual, subsection heading that we've gotten in any chapter was back in chapter 23, when it just said there were miscellaneous regulations. So I suppose that's what this falls under. Which probably means it's going to look rather disjointed, and each little, paragraph in here is probably going to cover a slightly different topic. Maybe. Enough speculating on that, I guess. We might as well just hop right in and start reading here. So, Deuteronomy chapter 25. Here we go. Suppose two people take a dispute to court, and the judges declare that one is right and the other is wrong. If the person in the wrong is sentenced to be flogged, the judge must command him to lie down and be beaten in his presence, with the number of lashes appropriate to the crime. But never give more than 40 lashes. More than 40 lashes would publicly humiliate your neighbor. Okay. Not really outright stated why 40 is the number there. But I mean, for a genuine, flogging, whipping, beating kind of thing like that, 40 is a lot. I mean, even just to, do it, deliver the hit, wind it back up. Even if you were doing, every other second, you get past 40 and you're pushing, a minute and a half at that point. And that's just if it was going at that speed. So yeah, more than 40 does seem a bit excessive. I'm just not entirely sure why 40 is the cutoff. Other than, 40 is a number that has come up in some other contexts. So, back with Noah and the Ark, it was 40 days and nights that there was the flooding. 40 also does show up as a significant number later on in certain instances. So, kind of like how 7 is a significant number relevant to, creation and the Sabbath and things like that, then, 40 also becomes somewhat of a significant number for some things. Also, yeah, agreed with Owl here. By the time you get to that many lashes, it's just, it all kind of starts to feel the same. But, yeah. Now, there were a couple of previous chapters that mentioned some punishments and didn't really get very specific with those. I wonder if in some of those contexts, the, flogging and such mentioned here would apply. It's not outright stated, but it's possible. In fact, I'm trying to remember. There was a recent chapter where it mentioned, a punishment, but then also a payment on top of the punishment. But the punishment was unnamed at that point. So that makes me think that the flogging and such mentioned here might apply to that kind of situation, which I think was basically falsely accusing someone I forget if it was specific to, like, relational infidelity or what, but it was basically like, it was definitely a false accusation of some sort. But I digress. Suppose that amount would rip up your back pretty bad and make it more likely for infection if not cared for well. Yeah. Oh, especially if they were actually, doing it with. I don't know if you. I don't know if anybody watching this might have seen The Passion of the Christ, but, like, if you saw some of that scene, then the way that the ends of it were, like, specifically made to be sharp so that it dug in a bit and could actually, like, kind of rip stuff out. Oh man, that, by the time you got past 40 lashes there, that would be just, like, absolutely brutal, if not, like, very likely fatal, just because of how much is getting probably opened up beneath the skin at that point. But anyway, okay, no, don't want to dwell on that for too long. So, let's carry on with verse 4 here. You must not muzzle an ox to keep it from eating as it treads out the grain. Okay. Just a random thing, I guess, to, help keep the ox motivated and fed. Sure, whatever. Verse 5. If two brothers are living together on the same property and one of them dies without a son, his widow may not be married to anyone from outside the family. Instead, her husband's brother should marry her and have intercourse with her to fulfill the duties of a brother-in-law. The first son she bears to him will be considered the son of the dead brother, so that his name will not be forgotten in Israel. Kind of a weird thing, but, I mean, I kind of get the intent behind that, of, wanting to carry on the legacy. I don't know. Times were different back then. That's definitely not something that would be viewed so highly in this day and age, at least in most of the broader society. But still, I guess, again, the point was to, kind of preserve the name of the original husband. And so, yeah. But there's a caveat that we get to in verse 7 here, so maybe I should just continue. But if the man refuses to marry his brother's widow, she must go to the town gate and say to the elders assembled there, "My husband's brother refuses to preserve his brother's name in Israel. He refuses to fulfill the duties of a brother-in-law by marrying me." The elders of the town will then summon him and talk with him. If he still refuses and says, "I don't want to marry her," the widow must walk over to him in the presence of the elders, pull his sandal from his foot, and spit in his face. Then she must declare, "This is what happens to a man who refuses to provide his brother with children." Ever afterward in Israel, his family will be referred to as the family of the man whose sandal was pulled off. So, that later part, I think, is more so just there to bring shame upon and also kind of discourage what was talked about in verse 5 and 6. Or to discourage the refusal thereof. Because, again, trying to preserve the legacy and the name and whatnot within the bloodline in particular is the closest way to do that, I guess. But, yeah. And it's not stated what the motivation would be for not wanting to carry that out. because I assume it doesn't need to be stated. It's just like, hey, whatever the reason happens to be, if they refuse, here's how they get treated. So, yeah, again, not something we would generally see in modern society. But, so, I don't know. I feel like I gotta take a slight tangent here and just say that, like, just because we have certain cultural norms today, that doesn't necessarily mean outright that it's any better or worse or whatever than what is stated earlier on in the Bible or even elsewhere throughout the Bible. Like, it's... just like there were some things, like some commands that I'm pretty sure were more of a, don't do this because other people around you who don't follow God do this. This, I mean, or maybe not even just this specifically, but some of these regulations that are mentioned could also be more so saying, all right, let's make sure that we're doing things different than other people groups around us. Us in this case being, the Jews/Israelites. But yeah, I don't really know, but I do wonder if, like, there are some things today that seem to be the cultural standard or whatever that might also not really be God's ideal. Not going to get into too much detail on what those could be, because honestly, how are we to know? I mean, yeah, there is some stuff stated in the Bible, especially New Testament, that is even then like, all right, hey, maybe don't do this or that. Like, being unfaithful in marriage is generally one of those things that even all throughout the Bible, it's like, hey, no, this isn't good. But for the stuff that has changed a bit in the way it's conveyed throughout the Bible, I kind of wonder about that stuff a little bit. But I digress. Okay, tangent over. Just wanted to put that out there, because that is a thought that kind of crosses my mind, especially with some, modern day conversations that tend to come up quite a bit in different circles, shall we say. But anyway, okay, enough about that, I guess. Moving along, verse 11. If two Israelite men get into a fight, and the wife of one tries to rescue her husband by grabbing the testicles of the other man, you must cut off her hand. Show her no pity. Okay. You'd have to assume that is something that would be done as, like, sort of a last or very desperate resort in the situation, because there's other ways to try and, intervene in the situation. So, yeah. Plus, it mentioned just a chapter or two ago, I'm thinking it was... it would have been chapter 23 early on, that it mentioned specifically about men with crushed testicles not being able to go into worship at the temple. Yeah, let's not... I guess part of this was, let's not increase the chances of that, maybe? Sorry, Owl, maybe we can get to your follow-up questions after the whole chapter's done, if you can still remember them. Okay. I don't really have any other thoughts there. Verse 13. You must use accurate scales when you weigh out merchandise, and you must use full and honest measures. Yes, always use honest weights and measures, so that you may enjoy a long life in the land the Lord your God is giving you. All who cheat with dishonest weights and measures are detestable to the Lord your God. Now, why would weight be so important, and the scales and whatnot? Because that was kind of how they did payment of things. The, silver or whatever material shekels that were mentioned as payments and whatnot in previous chapters, then, those were more so like not just assigned a specific value per se. It was more so, all right, here's this coin that weighs this much. So then the payment would generally be done by the weight of, one thing versus that to see if it's the proper amount, rather than like sitting there and counting everything out. It was, I guess, somewhat of a way of, speeding up the payment process to some effect. But some people might try to cheat this system with inaccurate scales or weights. So, yeah. That's... No. God doesn't like people being cheated out of stuff, unsurprisingly. So, yeah. Thus the encouragement to use, honest weights and measures and accurate scales. Sorry, I just looked at your comment there, Owl. Giving it a little bit of a chuckle. But, yeah. Okay. Think I'm done with my thoughts on the accurate weights and whatnot. I guess we'll wrap up the chapter. It is kind of a short one, so. Verse 17. Never forget what the Amalekites did to you as you came from Egypt. I almost said out of Egypt. They attacked you when you were exhausted and weary, and they struck down those who were straggled behind. They had no fear of God. Therefore, when the Lord your God has given you rest from all your enemies in the land he is giving you as a special possession, you must destroy the Amalekites and erase their memory from under heaven. Never forget this. Yeah, not exactly the context in which it's mentioned, but the whole idea of vengeance being God's, I feel like maybe kind of applies to this. And this is showing kind of the revenge of God. But, yeah, that's all kind of self-contained and pretty self-explanatory there. And yes, very much miscellaneous and a lot of not very much related things to each other. Why it shows up in this order, I have no clue. But, anyway. That's, I guess, gonna do it then for Deuteronomy 25. So, if you want to get into more detail, but I mean, it seems like you don't, so, But if you have other questions that maybe you still wanted to ask before I move on, I am open to that, Owl. It's just I like the use of A, the emoji, and then B, just your last sentence on the about the wizard going unseen. Oh yeah, also in case you missed it earlier on, I was thinking about continuing Digimon Survive in this live stream, because I've gotten to the point in the wrathful path where, it actually is going to start branching the story off. Like, I'm at the end of part 8. So, I thought about getting into that, but I'm kind of busy right now. What with the regular daily video uploads, short videos every day, on top of those, unless the planned video was already a short video, and then, like, the live streams, and the physical therapy, and church small groups starting back up. Yeah, so I might wait until after this month to dive deeper back into Digimon Survive. Because I get a feeling I'm going to kind of want to make those, into their own separate videos later on. The parts that would actually be advancing the story and whatnot. Anywho. Alright. You've established you're all good, no further questions, so I guess I can move along. After I give you a little bit, because I know I not programmed, but I chose the option of a little bit of latency in here, so I'll just give that a moment to make sure that we're all good and I'm not missing anything from you, like right as I get started with the next chapter. Okay. Chapter 26, honestly, in terms of number of verses, is about the same as last chapter. And I guess just overall lengthwise is pretty much the same. Like, maybe slightly wordier verses. But even then, it's pretty comparable. Anywho, okay. Let's move along here. Alright. So now we're looking at Deuteronomy chapter 26. And we actually have some, themes for these rules, commands, regulations, whatever you want to call them. So, there's actually going to be some consistent train of thought here. Haven't had that for a couple of chapters. Anyway, I digress. Let's dive in. Deuteronomy chapter 26. Here we go. When you enter the land the Lord your God is giving you as a special possession, and you have conquered it and settled there, put some of the first produce from each crop you harvest into a basket and bring it to the designated place of worship, the place the Lord your God chooses for his name to be honored. Go to the priest in charge at that time and say to him, with this gift I acknowledge to the Lord your God that I have entered the land he swore to our ancestors he would give us. The priest will then take the basket from your hand and set it before the altar of the Lord your God. So, put some of the first produce from each crop you harvest. I'm wondering if it's meaning like the very first crop from like the very first harvest after they get settled in. Because the stuff about, acknowledging to the Lord that you've entered the land and whatnot, that makes no sense if that were, a repeated thing. But there were some other, offerings related to the different harvests that were a regular thing. So, yeah. I assume this is different than those. But, yeah. Not much else to say there other than, once again, we kind of see the theme of, giving God the first fruits, quite literally, or first grain, or whatever, and not just, giving what's left over. So, anyway, I don't really have any other thoughts without, kind of dragging on the same points. So, I'll move along to verse 5 because similar train of thought. So, maybe I'll have more thoughts to, expand upon as we move along here. So, verse 5. You must then say in the presence of the Lord your God, my ancestor Jacob was a wandering Aramean who went to live as a foreigner in Egypt. His family arrived few in number, but in Egypt they became a large and mighty nation. When the Egyptians oppressed and humiliated us by making us their slaves, we cried out to the Lord, the God of our ancestors. He heard our cries and saw our hardship, toil, and oppression. So the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a strong hand and powerful arm, with overwhelming terror, and with miraculous signs and wonders. He brought us to this place and gave us this land flowing with milk and honey. And now, O Lord, I have brought you the first portion of the harvest you have given me from the ground. Then place the produce before the Lord your God, and bow to the ground in worship before him. Afterward you may go and celebrate because of all the good things the Lord your God has given to you and your household. Remember to include the Levites and the foreigners living among you in the celebration. Okay. Bit of a longer chunk of verses there. So, I guess in this particular, first harvest offering, God also wanted them to remember, where they came from, and I guess in a way how blessed they are to have this, crop to offer in the first place, given where they've come from. So in a way, it's almost like, an offering and statement of thanksgiving, recognizing where God has brought them and from where God has brought them. And then placing the produce before God, bowing in worship. And then the whole thing about including Levites and foreigners in the celebration. The Levites were included because they didn't really get their own... I don't know if it was just that they didn't get their own crops or food or what exactly, but pretty much their primary source of food and, being able to survive, and I don't know if even make a living is quite the right phrase, but anyway, their ability to get sustenance pretty much depended upon what other people were able to bring them, because, on the not physical end of things, more so the spiritual end of things, it was stated that, God is their portion. They don't get their own land. They don't really get, their own crops and flocks, harvests, whatever, all that kind of stuff. What they got came from God, so to speak. But these offerings and some of the celebrations and whatnot were kind of a way that God brought those things to the Levites, if that makes any sense. But, yeah. Anyway, and of course, if you want a refresher on all the stuff from Egypt and God bringing them out of there, just go back and read Exodus. Also, backtracking a little bit, designated place of worship still wasn't established at this point, which is why it's worded the way that it is, and not just oh yeah, at this town. Okay. Don't think I really have any other thoughts there. So, on to verse 12, which is still related to harvest offerings and tithes. Every third year you must offer a special tithe of your crops. In this year of the special tithe, you must give your tithes to the Levites, foreigners, orphans, and widows, so that they will have enough to eat in your towns. Then you must declare in the presence of the Lord your God, I have taken the sacred gift from my house and have given it to the Levites, foreigners, orphans, and widows, just as you commanded me. I have not violated or forgotten any of your commands. I have not eaten any of it while in mourning. I have not handled it while I was ceremonially unclean, and I have not offered any of it to the dead. I have obeyed the Lord my God, and have done everything you commanded me. Now look down from your holy dwelling place in heaven, and bless your people Israel and the land you swore to our ancestors to give us, a land flowing with milk and honey. So this was more of just helping to give the Levites and others who didn't really so much have their own way of providing for themselves, and, giving them something to get them by. Or at least to help with that. And it says every third year. You kind of assume this would be happening at the same time, though, because you'd think they'd be, unless they kind of settle in, so to speak, in the Promised Land at different times. But, they were all supposed to kind of work together to actually, conquer the Promised Land. So that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. And if that's the case, would these crops really be able to last a whole 3 years? I don't really see that being the case so much. So I don't know. Maybe they did kind of settle at different times, but I don't know. Of course, there were towns designated for the Levites within each, tribal settlement once they got settled in. So that's still, the idea still kind of holds that, okay, some of this special tithe is it really supposed to last all 3 of those years until the next one? There's some things that maybe could, I could see some of the grains maybe lasting that long. Then again, I'm not all that familiar with the different crops and how those would be preserved, but anyway, yeah, this is just one of those things where I'll admit, I don't necessarily understand fully how this all works, but I guess it does. So, yeah. And that command was mentioned previously, but it definitely added on to it the whole part of what they're supposed to declare in God's presence as they do that. I also the part about, sorry, yeah. The part about not having violated or forgotten any commands, I'm like, really? Just because you do this doesn't mean you haven't violated the others. But I think I get the point. I think it's more so the commands related to this particular act. So yeah, all of this really seems to be done partially as a recognition of, God bringing them out of Egypt and giving them the land in the first place, which is kind of understandable. So then we get to a different little subsection here which I feel like something to this effect comes up a lot, especially throughout Deuteronomy, but really like within a bunch of the law section of the Old Testament. Like, I couldn't tell you where all exactly, but I would bet you this has come up probably at least once or twice in Leviticus. I know it's come up once or twice before this in Deuteronomy. Might have even come up in Exodus at one point. I don't know. But, I mean, again, it gets into the repetition because this was a much more, orally passed on tradition. Printing stuff wasn't so easy. Well, printing/writing. Maybe I should say writing. But having, written down words wasn't anywhere near as common in that day and age. Literacy in general wasn't as common. So it was a lot more just like speaking things as reminders. So anyway, now that I've kind of explained, I guess, why it would be getting into another call to obey the Lord's commands after the multiple previous times that it was mentioned throughout the Bible, let's actually get into the verses here. Verse 16. Today the Lord your God has commanded you to obey all these decrees and regulations, so be careful to obey them wholeheartedly. You have declared today that the Lord is your God, and you have promised to walk in his ways, and to obey his decrees, commands, and regulations, and to do everything he tells you. The Lord has declared today that you are his people, his own special treasure, just as he promised, and that you must obey all his commands. And if you do, he will set you high above all the other nations he has made. Then you will receive praise, honor, and renown. You will be a nation that is holy to the Lord your God, just as he promised. Okay, so that almost sounds like it's wrapping up kind of some of the regulation section of things, but maybe there's some other stuff coming up that's more like situation specific. Like, I'm pretty sure the next chapter is specifically like a one-time thing that they're going to get into. Sorry, I did look ahead a little bit. I hope that doesn't ruin it for anybody. But, yeah, so just kind of reaffirming that, all right, this is what God's telling you to do. If you all agree to do this stuff, then, you will remain in God's graces. I mean, he has stated that you are, his people. But, like, again, there's kind of that reminder of the give and take of that covenant agreement. So, yeah, guess that wraps things up for Deuteronomy chapter 26. And yeah, I'm only doing 2 chapters this week. Not really itching to go further than that. Because, it's a busy month. And B, Bible study videos have caught up with gaming stuff in the YouTube channel upload backlog / stuff that is like there and just waiting to go public. So yeah, anyway, as I stated before, like, of course, now I'm really kind of thinking to myself, I actually really kind of want to play Digimon Survive, even though I said I would do Sonic Frontiers. I just... I don't know. Digimon Survive is honestly what I really want to play. I just thought maybe I should put that off, because I was figuring maybe I want to turn these into, individual videos later, but that'll be on top of the stuff that I'm already doing, and I'm already so busy, and it's just, ugh. Eh. Oh, man. You know what? Okay. Give me a second. I'm gonna go in and change stream information, because there's no sense in, like, forcing myself to do something that I don't really want to do that much. Not that I think I would, dislike playing Sonic Frontiers at the moment, but I'm really kind of itching to get to, that stuff in Digimon Survive. Like, I'm literally right at the point where it starts getting, more unique and interesting, and possibly actually, diverting the story from previous playthroughs. So, okay. YouTube stream info has successfully been updated. Also gotta change that over on Kick just to keep it consistent. Okay. And suppose I could, since I'm not doing Bible study so much anymore, I can close the pop-out window of Kick Chat. Alright. Oh, actually, you know what? Just gonna refresh YouTube. Oh. Yeah, I suppose that kind of has to be done in order to see the updated stream information. Anyway, I am in the meantime going to do my usual slight break and then, shift setup. So, let me find some music to have y'all enjoy while I am gone. Give me just a moment here. Okay. I assume then that, the stream information has updated when you refresh that there, Owl. Not like I've done that so much myself. I can't really, see the viewer perspective when I'm streaming. Anywho, tell you what, I will, the music I'm going to throw on right now is what I am going with for, like, kind of the end card music in the kind of latest Let's Play upload series, which was related to the game Juju. Just thought I'd put that out there for why I'm choosing the music that I am. Anywho, okay. I will be back before too long. I mean, honestly, the song probably isn't even going to be that much. Yeah. I figured that's what would happen. Anyway, thanks for confirming there, Al. For real now. Be back in a bit. Okay. Here we are. Booting up Digimon Survive. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Let me turn on the bigger room light real quick in case this goes on quite a while, as I might be inclined to. All right. So, if my understanding of things is correct, you know, I should be able to, following this path, get, an evolution or two that I have not otherwise unlocked. So, yeah. I am literally right here at the crucial decision point. Which is interesting that they give you an option that says never go back. I almost wonder what that would look like, but I'm pretty sure the technical wrathful path choice is this one here to stay with Agumon. And you know what? I should probably be recording this if I want to turn it into later videos. Not entirely sure how much I do, though. It's not really necessary. I've just been doing it because of how much I like the game. Do I want to know what the never go back is? Sure. Does it actually give you a different ending? Or is it just one of those, like, yeah, no, we're going anyway sort of situations? Because that would not surprise me. Basically a bad ending. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me either. Okay. That's enough. Or, that's enough of an explanation. That is kind of what I would have suspected. Anyway. Alright, just in case I decide to, edit this down and post these as individual videos later, I guess I'll record it. Shows your world going to heck ending immediately and a waste of a playthrough. Huh. So he just very quickly is like, yeah, you done messed up. The world is doomed. Alright. So, I guess here we go. Time to get into the full-on official actual story branching, kind of at least a little, wrathful path of Digimon Survive. Yeah, and this is, since this is potentially unique, or at least at the portions where it is unique, I will be voice acting if the game doesn't do that for me. So he really does pretty much end up saying that he just wants to keep Agumon safe, and you know what? Doesn't really care about the rest of it that much.
こんな考え方ダメかな。
ダメじゃないよ。僕はすっごく嬉しいよ。僕もタクマに無事でいてほしい。だから最後までタクマを守るよ。
But they are agreeing to go back. It's just he's wanting to do it for Agumon's sake more than any of the others.
あの子を救いたい。世界を救うためだけじゃなく。
She mentioned her partner there, which, like, if this is your first playthrough that you end up on this ending, you kind of don't really know for sure who that is potentially.
それでまずはどうすればいいんだ。
簡単だよ。白い光に飛び込んであっちの世界に帰る。そうでしょ、みゆき。はぐれないように手をつないで。
Oh, right. The phone call from Mom.
母さんから。
It's funny. The whole time we've been back, I completely forgot I had my cell phone. This isn't the best time for a call, though.
まだ鳴ってる。ごめん、ちょっと待ってて。
そんなに慌てなくても大丈夫だよ、たくまさん。
もしもし、母さん。
あ、たくま、お母さん。たくまが帰ってくるのってさ、明日だっけ、明後日だっけ。
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this conversation has happened in other endings too, but anyway. Man, I remember how I thought she was so annoying when I was getting ready to go. Now it feels like it's been ages since we talked. It's so good to hear her voice.
預かってたプリントどっかやっちゃって。
In fact, I
お母
think
さんもたくまのこと言えないわね。
wasn't like the earlier memory at the start of this chapter section basically that moment of him leaving for the trip?
必ず帰るから。それくらいで電話してくるなよ。本当に母さんは。
どうしたの？泣いてるの？
Yeah, especially upon, you know, multiple playthroughs, it's become more and more obvious that, like, those initial scenes in each chapter really are, you know, supposed to set up something for later on.
やっぱりいつまで経っても子供なんだから。よし、わかった。明日の夕飯、たくまの大好きなカレーにしてあげる。
カレー？
そうよ。だから元気出してもう一頑張りしてきなさい。
わかった。そうするよ。必ず明日帰るから。
It's weird, but somehow it feels like my mom really is cheering me on. She sure is something else. My friends mean a lot, but I need to protect her and everyone else in this world too. So that's what I'm going to do. Me and Agumon together.
ごめん、みゆき。
Okay, so now they
訂正させて。
are actually going to head through the light thing again.
みゆきを手伝うって言ったけど、あれ、間違ってた。
I think this game in general, the more endings you see, the more you understand it completely.
手伝うんじゃ
Yeah.
ない。 僕たちが僕たちの手で
Especially getting the true ending gives you a whole different perspective on all of it, but
僕も一緒に救う
but I've already done that. So I'm curious what new perspective or whatever you want to call it that I'm gonna get through this.
たくまさん僕もありがとう
それじゃあ今度こそ戻ろうみんなが待つあの世界へ
Holding hands, we all leapt together into the shining doorway of light. Saving the world isn't going to be easy. My legs felt weak just thinking about it. But through they go anyway. But with Agumon's hand in mine, firmly drawing me forward, I took the first step. See, I would totally just like auto scroll parts of this, except like if I do that and any of Takuma's like thoughts get into the mix there, it just skips past them real quick because they're not actually voice acted. Or anybody else's thoughts. Oh, geez. Now I gotta try and do her voice. Been a minute. This is, like, some kind of divine punishment.
手術は明日にしましょう
Oh, so it's giving us a flashback related to Saki. Interesting.
明日の段取りは看護師から説明しますね控室で待っていただいているご両親には私からちょっと待ってよどうかしましたかどうかしましたかっていきなりすぎない今日はいつもの検査だけって言ってたじゃん
Oh, yeah, tell you what, let me get rid of my webcam there so I'm not blocking what's in the corner there. Not that I think it's super important at the moment, but it's still relevant, I guess.
今のあなたにとって最優先すべきは自分の体を治すことそのためには一刻も早く手術を受けるべきなんですその話は聞き飽きたって早く早くって言うけど急いで手術受けたってすぐ治るわけでもないし
She says they always push me, as if this has happened multiple times.
それに最近は調子だっていいんだよ
So maybe she did have other like surgeries or whatever prior to this, and I mean, I guess it's implied that that's been helping, but like she's kind of tired of it.
今は比較的安定している慢性期だから症状もほとんど見受けられませんがあなたの病はいつ悪化するかがわからない非常に怖い病気でもあるんですあなたのような若者は新陳代謝が活発だからこそ回復も早いしかし同時に
And yeah, I realized this was hinted at earlier. I was wondering if this would, you know, give more detail on what the illness in question is. The illness progresses quickly, so the moment it worsens, it'll eat me. What kind of illness Although, is she saying figuratively eat her inside out, or is that more literal?
それも耳にタコができるくらい聞いたって。でしたら安定している今のうちに手術をするのが最善だとわかるでしょ。
Yeah. You don't have to tell me. Still.
前回の手術だって延期したじゃないですか。もうすぐにでも。来週、せめて来週まで待ってよ。ね。来週？はあ、一応伺いますが、今回はどんな事情なんですか？ああ、それがさ、私来週から課外キャンプなんだよね。せっかくだから一生の思い出を作っておきたくてね。だね。一生の思い出ね。そう、一生の思い出。そういうのって大事じゃん。ではそれが終わったら今度こそ手術を受けてもらえますね。
Alright, bringing back the webcam since, you know,
当たり前じゃん。
there's nothing in the corner that's particularly relevant. It's a lie, of course. I really don't want to have that surgery. I just concocted some story about making memories for a lifetime. I was just scared. Surgery could fail, and me with it. I was so scared. I even postponed the last surgery. I just wanted a chance to be with my friends. Still, I ended up fighting with my friends anyway. What a joke. Running from that important surgery, then losing my friends? I hate it. I hate myself like this. If someone like me disappeared, I doubt anyone would miss me. Alright, this bit's probably gonna seem pretty familiar from other endings.
Agumon, ここは
僕たちの世界みたいね。え、ちゃんと戻れたんだよ。
そうか、戻ってこられたのか。それでみゆきは？
みゆき？見てないよ。だってほら、
Yeah.
周りを見て。
And now that they're back in the Digimon world, that, I mean, means they could, in theory, maybe be in trouble.
こう霧が濃いと何もわからないな。
Okay. See you in a minute there, Owl.
前よりも霧が濃い気がする。
たくま、早くここから離れよう。さっきから霧がどんどん濃くなってる。
What about the Yuki?
ああ、
I heard something in the grass. Is something there?
たくま、今の音。
ああ、戻ってきて捜査進まないか。アグモン。
もちろん。何が出てきても戦うぞ。
Can't let our guard down here. One wrong move can spell the end in this world. It's getting closer and closer.
来るぞ。 はいるのか。
Hey, Minoru.
この声って。
気のせいか。誰かいる気がしたんだけどな。ミノル。タクマ？お前生きていたのかよ。もう二度と会えないと思ってたぜ。抱きつくと苦しい。ちょっとぐらい我慢しろよ。感動の再会なんだぜ。どうしたミノル？今タクマと言ったか？
ファルコモンだ。
ハグモ？それにタクマも本当に生きていたのか？
Mm-hmm.
よかった。本当によかった。俺はてっきり。大げさだな。ところで、
Yeah, everybody else.
ああ、無事だ。安心してくれ。
Well, they're all safe, you know, the ones who were alive last we knew.
葵さんやカイト、ミユとサキ、教授。
もちろんラブラモンやドラクモンたちも無事だ。
みゆきは？ああ、そのみゆきはもしかし
Yeah.
て会ってないのか？
Right.
おう、みゆきの姿
I assume that whole not so great thing with Miyuki is still, you know, going on here.
みんなと合流しようぜ。タクマが生きていたって知ったらみんなすっげえ喜ぶからさ。わかった、行こう。帰ってきたか。
And Renamon there, observing from a slight distance, I guess.
タクマくん、本当にタクマくんなの？
おお、無事だったのか。
うち正直ダメかと思ってたよ。ただいま。
Heidi ho.
何がただいまよ。
What do you mean, Heidi ho? Like it's nothing.
でもアグモンもタクマも無事で本当によかった。
心配かけたみたいだね。みたいだね。じゃねえよ。一体今までどこをほっつき歩いてたんだ？
まったくだぜ。俺らがどんな気持ちでいたか。
まあまあいいじゃん。無事だったんだから。
そういうわけにはいかないわ。ねえタクマくん、あなた廃工場で私たちと別れたから。
Yeah, okay, so this part is fairly familiar.
この10日もの間。
And he's like, what? 10 days? We were only gone like a couple of hours.
10日って。
そう、10日。どうかした？
10 days? We were only gone for a few hours, though. Does time move that quickly here?
答えて。できるだけ詳しく。
葵さん、厳しすぎるよ。
でも私たちが生き延びるためには必要なことでしょ。
葵さん。
What's this insistence? Aoi, have you changed somehow?
戸惑うのも無理はないよ、タクマくん。君が不在の間、いろいろあったからね。彼女は常にリーダーたらんと頑張っていた。
リーダーっていうよりお母さんって感じだったな。
See, that's one of the things that I kind of like story-wise about the not true endings.
うちのお兄ちゃんよりマシ
That,
かも。
like, I mean, even more so than with the true ending,
お兄ちゃん
Aoi, like,
葵さん
really,
なんて言わないもんね。
you know, gets to show her leadership ability
静かにして二人とも。
despite how much she doubted it early on.
答えてくれるわね、たくまくん。
わかった。話すよ。
The truth is, blah 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 blah, we're just gonna skip over that part.
元の世界に戻っていたってわけ？
ああ。でも僕が向こうにいたのはほんの数時間だけだったんだ。だから驚いたんだよ。こちらでは10日も経過してただなんて。
常世とうつしおでは時の流れが違うか。まるで浦島太郎だな。
へえ、そんなことってあるんだ。
And
時間の流れが違うって私にはどういうことかよくわからないわね。こっちで10日過ごしていてもあっちじゃ数時間しか経ってないから、ここは私たちの世界よりゆっくり時間が過ぎるってこと？
or would it mean that it goes faster here?
へえ、なるほ
But
ど。
basically, all the stuff that's happened to them really hasn't been that long back in their world.
だったらこのままここにいれば私も。
Oh, but she means in terms of, like, aging and stuff. Like, basically, she'd get to live a longer life in a shorter amount of time.
フローラも
So to
私は
speak.
平気。
That
そうよ。
makes a lot of sense that that would be on her mind. I mean, again, with the previous implications about her being
みんなが
ill in some way,
よかったよ。
I mean, it was. I mean, I remember kind of having that thought process before, but like,
無事とは言い難いのだがね。
even, you know, more so now with the bit of extra detail that we've gotten,
そんなに悪いんですか？
just adds further significance to her thoughts there.
霧がどんどん濃くなってきているのよ。まるで私たちが欲しくて欲しくてたまらないように。いずれこの校舎も飲み込まれちゃう。それだけは間違いない。ねえねえ、
Sorry about the
一
yawning.
つ気になるんだけどさ、
I've already had a full day of work. And more.
元の世界に戻れたならどうしてもう一度この世界に帰ってこようと思ったの？
I mean, she's already thinking about wanting to stay here in this world, and yet, I guess just because she doesn't know of another reason,
元の世界で PM
she wonders why he would want to come back.
あの野郎、カイトたちの世界でまで悪さしてたってのか？
もうこの世界だけの話じゃなくなっている。
Never was. Cue the, you know, astronaut pointing a weapon at another astronaut, looking at the Earth kind of meme thing.
このままじゃ元の世界も危ない。霧に包まれたこっちの世界が元の世界に悪影響を及ぼしてしまう。だから僕は戻ってきたんだ。みんなを助けるために。
One of these days, I really gotta get better at editing so I can actually put those kind of references and stuff that I'm thinking of into my videos.
それでも知ってしまった以上
Although, really, it would just take, you know,
やっぱり僕にはできない
getting the meme template, putting the words in there. Although, would also maybe make it a bit more effective to put, like, Aui's head on there, and so that's where it would be a little more complicated. Anyway, enough of my random tangents.
たくまくん、さすがたくま、かっこいいね。
で
Apologies if I don't, you know, look and act like I'm super duper invested in this, considering, you know, this is like my third playthrough of the game, and this particular bit has pretty much happened all 3 times.
あったんだけどでも重要な鍵を握っているみゆきとはぐれてしまってみゆきだと
みゆきさんが鍵を握っているって。
Yeah.
みゆきはもうダメだろ期待しない方がいい
そんな簡単に言わないで。仲間じゃん。もっと詳しい話を聞かないと。
みゆは黙ってろ俺はお前のためを思って
So, okay, I'm going to, you know, remove the webcam again, because fourth wall break, you know, I'm eating a little bit of a snack, partially to help my throat feel a little bit better through the bits of talking that I'm probably gonna end up doing here. So, yeah. Oh, like this. Maybe I should talk about how the worlds are connected first, then about Miyuki's song? Wait, I can't explain her power if I don't talk about the Minase family first. Is that too confusing, though? Maybe talking about Piedmon and the gate would be easier? Okay, for real, though. Webcam going away for a bit. Okay, so the canonical wrathful path and wanting to keep that alignment would state that I go with oh, I should have saved that down at a lower save file. Oh well. Anyway, since I'm going with wrathful, I guess that's my response.
さっき向こうでピエモンが暴れてるのを見たって言ったよね僕とアグモンで戦ったんだけど
マジかあんな強いやつとお前ら2人だけで
まあね。
いや結局倒しきれなくてみゆきが開いたゲートに押し返したんだ
ゲート。
みゆきの歌はこの世界と僕らの世界をつなぐゲートを開けられるんだそのゲートにピエモンを押し込んで僕らもこっちに戻ってきたんだ実際あれがなかったらピエモンを抑えきれなかったよ
そういうこと。じゃあやっぱりゆきさんを取り戻さなきゃダメじゃん。
できると思ってるのか
必要ならやらないといけないでしょ。
なんでわからねえんだ俺はお前を危険な目に遭わせたくねえから
お兄ちゃんは元の世界に帰りたくないの？うちは帰りたい。お兄ちゃんとみんなと一緒に。
それはそうだけどよだからと言ってだな
たくまくん、見苦しいところを見せてしまってごめんなさい。みんな 余裕がないのよ。でも戻ってきてくれて本当に嬉しい。だってすごく心細かったから。
こんなに時間が流れているって知らなかったとはいえ、待たせてごめん。
謝らないで。みゆきちゃんのことは少し休んでから話すことにしましょう。
どうしてわからないんだミユ。
わからないのはお兄ちゃんの方でしょ。
おいカイト、冷静になれって。
Yeah, is it just me or does Kaito really act like Shuji right around this part of the story?
みゆもちょっと落ち着いて。はいはい、そこまで。みんなちょっと休憩にしない？たくまくんも戻ってきたし、お昼ご飯はちょっと豪華にするからね。
おお。
じゃあ私手伝う。私も手伝うわ。しょうがないわね。さきが手伝うなら私もやるわ。ありがとう。お願いね。それじゃあ準備ができるまでおとなしく待っててね。
Also, yeah, agreed there, Owl. Kaito does have some issues. I do wonder if the Harmony ending would get more into that. Or was that the ending that I had already? No, I think I have yet to do the Harmony ending. Anyway. Is something wrong with the professor? He just seems very, contemplative? Anyway. Okay, so then, yeah, I definitely have not gotten the actual Harmony ending. And I kind of chose the moral ending even though I had a greater Harmony karma alignment the first time I played through, just because I wasn't going for a specific one. And so they were both, like, high enough to have those possibilities.
葵のご飯ができるまで待つんじゃないのか？
うん。でもその前に話を聞かないとさ。
話って教授？
よくわかったね。
葵たちと話してるとき、教授がタクマのことじっと見てたり、そわそわしてたりだったからな。
Looking all twitchy and stuff.
まあ、アグモンも気づいてたんだ。
葵が忙しそうだけど構ってほしい時のラブラモンみたいだったぞ。
いや、そういうのとは違うんじゃないか。
If that's what they're talking about, then I feel like I can relate to that whole getting all twitchy and stuff, because I don't know how many times I've been in group conversations, and I've had a thought that I wanted to get out there, but, like, I really don't like interrupting people, so I just kind of, like, try to wait until there's a bit of a pause, but then, like, everybody else will say what they're thinking, even sometimes interrupting other people in the group. And so, like, it takes so long for me to get my thought out there, if I ever do. Okay, tell you what, I will keep that one where it is. Not that I feel like I need to keep a third, but I don't know. on the off chance I would ever want to go back to that, it would give me less to have to do in between. Okay, this is where I'm gonna do my usual looking at the unoccupied areas first. And yes, still doing the battles. See, this part will probably not make it in any eventual later videos. Although I do remember now that the main reason I was making additional videos previously was pretty much just because I wanted to have stuff of Shuji and Ryo's extra dialogue in the true ending. What levels am I dealing with here? 32. Pff, that's not bad. I'm going to use all the lower levels other than Falcomon. Just because I want Falcomon in there to potentially... Actually, maybe I should look at all the Digimon that I have. Yeah. I have Wendigomon somewhere in here. But I don't have a Skull Greymon. And that's the one that I'm hoping to potentially recruit within this battle. So, talk. Skull Greymon. Oh, right. Skull Greymon doesn't even actually say anything. Bends forward, scowling at you. Jump aside. Okay. Shakes his head as he starts to leave. Nod your head, I don't know. Okay. But now it all comes down to this one. Looks warily in this direction. Chicken out, I don't know. My previous assumption was that, you know, he's trying to be all aggressive and kind of wants you to back down. Okay, from this point on, I can just auto battle. So anyway, how's everybody doing? Now I don't really have to hide my snacking. Because this part would definitely not make it into any final edit that I do. Assuming I even do one. Which I might not until there's... Well... Okay, I mean, I could include that... You know, early scene with Saki, since that was new. one attack really seemed like kind of overkill on that one Wendigomon. Okay. And this is why I'm including those other Digimon in these battles. Because so many level ups. I don't know, it's just so enjoyable to see that, for some reason. Okay. I doubt I'm gonna reveal anything else with the camera. Although I should maybe be on the lookout for other actual secret stuff, since this is, you know, working towards an ending that I have not previously gotten. Therefore, there might be some new items, especially in with the perceived memories, because I'm missing these 4. Almost kind of wonder if 2 of those would come from this ending and maybe 2 from the Harmony ending. That would make the most sense to me. But, you know, maybe that's just me. Okay, what's in the corridor here, if anything? Just a couple of random items, probably. Sincerity melon. And a giant mushroom. Taking a look around, just in case. Nope. Alright. Yeah, I've also, as of late in this playthrough, been spending as many moves in these situations not talking to people as I can. Considering I've gotten all the, like, affinity-based evolutions anyway. Or at least, well, okay, the Harmony Path one, you know, for Drachmon's one evolution, it seems like there might be some affinity requirement for that, but if I remember seeing it right, it's more so like you have to have Kaito under a certain affinity. Alright, Agumon, what say you? Hey, Takuma. What is it, Agumon? Do you regret coming back here? Nope, not at all. Why do you ask all of a sudden? Really? Really and truly? What's with him all of a sudden? It's not a question I can easily answer. Still, what would Agumon say? Maybe I should give him some encouragement here? Oh, geez. And because karma alignment stuff. What do you mean? You understand what I'm saying, don't you? It's just that this world turned into such a state while we were gone. Just trust me, okay? I don't regret anything, and I'll make sure you don't either. Gotcha. I'll do my best. Agumon seems a bit uneasy. Considering how things are going, I can't blame him. I have to do anything I can. Anything at all. Anyway, Affinity actually does nothing unless you want their first ultimates and megas. Or to get the true ending, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I thought I was reading that there was some weird requirement for Bolt Bautamon. But again, even at that, I thought it was that you had to have Kaito, like, under a certain affinity. I wonder what the other Digimon will have to say. And or what's maybe going on. Oh. Dracomon's the only one I can talk with directly at the moment. Okay. Oh, I didn't look around in that previous area. I wouldn't really expect anything new in areas I've already been in before. For, like, the secret stuff, anyway. Dang, I just can't relax for some reason. What are you all worked up about? I'm getting the heebie-jeebies for some reason. You guys don't feel it? Not a thing. What about the rest of you? Yeah, something doesn't feel right. We keep sensing something weird over by the shrine, but then it just vanishes. There's nothing there if we go back and check it out. No enemies, no trace of nothing. Still, it just doesn't feel right. There might be something here. Be careful, Takuma. Okay, I'll pay attention. This could be worse than I thought. Anyway, even in this game, karma doesn't even matter after you have chosen the ending. The ending actually influences what mega you get for Agumon, yeah. Oh, it's the ending that does that, not necessarily your... That would explain why I got... That would explain why I got War Greymon once I chose the moral ending, despite having, you know, more harmony alignment prior to that. Because I'm pretty sure the upper track here is generally the moral karma alignment. But then why did I get Dino Rexmon? Because I guess I also stuck more so toward harmony when I was doing the true ending. And I think I even chose the harmony choice at the end of part 8. Despite the true ending, you know, ultimately getting you this anyway. Ending actually influences what mega you get for Agumon. Friend played this. He had high harmony and just barely enough for moral ending to be available. Chose moral and continued using harmony karma. Still got War Greymon. Yeah. I mean, that explains that. True is the only one that is tied to karma, what mega you get. Okay. So then... I'm trying to think, though, like... So it has no effect on any of the other partner Digimon? Like, having any of their affinities at a certain thing or anything? Because... Again, that seemed like, as I was reading the supposed requirements for Bolt Bautamon, that was what seemed really weird about it. But I don't know, whatever. And I realize I'm not focused on affinities, but I'm still going to decide who I talk with next based on that. Aoi's at 38. So yeah, definitely Aoi first. And then I guess it's a tie between Minoru and Kaito. Aoi's with Saki. I should ask them about what happened the past 10 days. You actually have less influence on this game than it leads you to believe. That is the one flaw. Yeah, I mean, a bit less. But I mean, it's still more influence over it than you have in most games. But I guess pretty much once you get a particular ending, or choose the path for a particular ending, it's really just kind of set in stone from there, it seems. Anyway. Hey, Aoi. Could you tell me more about what happened before? Did something happen to Miyuki? And speaking of which, where's Haru? Do you remember how Haru fainted during the fight against Garurumon? Yeah, we left him in a corner of the factory for safekeeping. Right. So after things finished up, we grabbed Haru and made it back here somehow. But then when he woke up, Haru was incredibly upset by Miyuki's absence. I could see that. Of course he'd be worried if his sister disappeared. By the next morning, Haru had disappeared too. He did? We think he went to look for Miyuki. His wounds hadn't even mended. Oh no. Do you have any idea where he might have gone? I'm afraid not. We looked everywhere for him, but... So Haru's gone too. To be honest, we've had our hands full just taking care of ourselves. Saki, that's... Well, I guess there's no point in splitting hairs. Like Saki says, it's taken everything just to stay alive. But Aoi kept us all together this whole time. You saved me a bunch, too. No, that's not... Come on, no need to be modest. Aoi here's amazing. What do you mean? You see how the pressure of this situation puts everyone on edge, right? That's why everyone was always at each other's throats. But Aoi kept all of us together with her magic touch. Magic touch? What's that? Mm-hmm. What do you think I mean? I wonder. Maybe she means like a healing touch? Treating everyone's wounds? Or, wait. Did she awaken to some sort of magical power while we were away? I can hardly imagine, but you never know. Okay, gonna save there real quick. Although... Okay, this isn't one that would be karma tied anyway. I don't even know what all these different answers lead to. I'm gonna just go with this one. Did she treat everyone's wounds? That'd explain why everyone trusts her so much. Oh, well, I guess you have a point there. Right? Aoi's so... how do I put it? Devoted? Motherly? What? Takuma, you think of me that way? Well, yeah. That part of you is always a big help to the rest of us. Really? Me, motherly. I admit I'm a little flustered. Oh, for sure. That's our Mama Aoi over here. Just having her around gives everyone some peace of mind. You too, Saki? Jeez. Still, that's not the magic touch I was talking about. Wait, really? Cooking! I'm talking about her cooking! She kept our bellies full with her food, and our hearts at peace with her words. Ah, so that's what you meant. Glad to hear how good her food is. Nothing soothes the soul like a good meal. Owie sure knows her way around a stove. It's not like I whipped up anything special. I just made do with what we had. She's been so caring, too. Did I tell you? I had planned to go to the hospital after camping. Don't say that, Saki. It's fine, it's fine. The hospital? Is something wrong? Nothing major. The doctor was all, I suggest you go at once, blah, blah, blah. What a blowhard. I honestly didn't see what the big deal was myself. Is that right? Now that I think about it, Saki's always seemed to tire out pretty quickly. Did this illness of hers have anything to do with it? Still, she talks about it like it's nothing, so... Can't be that bad, right? Hey now, why so serious? I'm fine, I swear. But when we came to this world, all my plans for hospitals or surgery went up in smoke. And yet, because of this, I feel like I can do anything I want to, without holding back. Do you have any idea what that feels like, Takuma? I told all this to Aoi, and she's really sympathized with me ever since. This may sound weird for me to say, but I'm glad I joined this camping trip. You are? Sure. We got thrown into this world, and so much scary stuff has happened. But getting to spend time with you, Aoi, and the others, I feel like I've made memories to last a lifetime. There's that line that comes up from the, like, memory flashback thing. Even in, like, some of the smaller ways like that, they really tie those in throughout each chapter part thing. Like, as if, right? Saki. To Saki, who had to worry about hospitalization and surgery, this treacherous world is a place where she can move freely. If she's been here supporting Aoi, I could see how they have grown so close. This is all still quite familiar from my first playthrough. But anyway. I do wonder, you know, if I do make any other individual videos out of any of this, if I'll just stick to the parts that are actually more unique to the wrathful path. Anyway. Oh, if it isn't Takuma and Agumon, what's up? It's just... I wanted to talk to the professor, but I don't see him anywhere. Any idea where he is, Floramon? He headed for the shrine, I think. He walked off and mumbled something about the altar, so I bet he went there. Oh, okay. Thanks a bunch. By the way, what are you doing around here, Floramon? Sorry. Saki and Aoi so close. Hope that isn't hinting to anything. No comment. But maybe. That's all I'm gonna say. Me? I'm looking for Saki. Given how immoral not everyone made it, really seems like it might go that way. Wait. I'm trying to remember who didn't make it in the moral ending. Other than Ryo and Shuji, I don't remember anyone else not making it when I chose the moral path before. Now, I do hear Harmony's supposed to work a little different in that regard. Oh, Renamon and Digimon. Okay, yeah. Gotcha. I wasn't sure what exactly you were referring to there, but yeah, okay. Saki, is something wrong? I'm a little worried about her. Worried? About what? She seemed as chipper as ever, no? I mean, I guess so. Sometimes she seems too cheerful. Is that a bad thing? I don't get it. Not bad, it's just... She seems kind of unsteady, so it freaks me out a little. She runs around all witty and bubbly, but... Maybe it's because she's in this world. Like, what'll happen when she goes back, you know? Sometimes she gets this incredibly bleak look on her face. Is that right? I had no idea. Neither did I. Well, it's not your fault. You guys just got back here after all. Besides me, I think Aoi's the only one who's realized it. She probably sees how worried Saki is and supports her because of it. Aoi and Saki are great friends. Yeah. Still, I'd appreciate it if you looked out for her too, Takuma. Floramon really cares about Saki, and she's real worried about her. You got it. I'll keep an eye on her too. Thanks, Takuma. Let's see here. I do love that they're friends, and they do become best friends in every ending, it seems. But still, yikes. Also, yeah. Heard that too, that the main screen gets real empty on Harmony ending. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna say too much more, because, I've read some things, and, if you don't know those things, I don't necessarily want to spoil anything for you there, Owl. I honestly forget what all exactly it says, so I couldn't tell you for sure anyway. I think Minoru and Kaito were basically tied for affinity then. So, guess I'll go talk with Minoru. Oh, no. I read stuff because of trying to figure out how to get the other evolutions of some of the partners. If you already know stuff, then I'm pretty sure I already know as well. Like, since Aoi's the one whose evolution, since it's the Labramon evolution chain that we get one for with this path, as I read, then it's, you know, somebody close to her that ends up not making it. And I think we all know who that somebody close to her is. And then similar kind of thing for the Harmony path as far as I've read. Maybe? Actually, I'm not as sure about that, but I think that takes a similar turn. Friend. Different one to the one I mentioned earlier. He's doing a stream Let's Play of all endings, and he filled me in on it. Yeah. So I would assume in this ending that Saki ends up dying. Spoiler, I don't think this is gonna make it to any final recordings or anything, but like, Saki's gonna end up dying in this one, and that's what causes a shift in Aoi and then by proxy Labramon to get her to transform into Plutomon. And then I assume a similar thing happens in the Harmony ending, probably with Mew dying or at least getting hurt very badly, that throws Kaito into some sort of rage or whatever, which has Dracmon digivolve into Bolt Bautamon instead of Beelzemon. Sound about right? Didn't Moral start with a scene of Renamon? Maybe it did. I honestly don't recall. Harmony is about Kaito and Mew. Yeah, I knew that much. Because Bolt Bautamon is the ending that, or is the Digimon that I've read you could get specifically from that ending. Anyway, okay. Sure hope I'm not spoiling anything for anybody else who happens to be watching this later. If so, sorry, but also this game's been out like over a year. Yeah, it definitely seems... Yeah, again, I read up on that stuff to try and figure out how to get the other Digimon evolutions that I was missing. Anyway, time to voice act, yay. Minoru, I sense a strange presence coming from the direction of the shrine. You mean like a bad guy vibe? It's too soon to say. Still, best be on our guard. You too, Takuma. Sure. Good looking out, Falcomon. No telling what's out there. We should take a look just in case. And to be fair, if people are watching other people play it, they have clearly played it at least once on their own. Quite likely. Yeah. Unless somebody really just finds, you know, the storylines of this game that interesting. That even though they haven't played it themselves, they're willing to watch somebody else play through multiple different endings. Kaito's with Mew again. I should ask them what happened since I saw them last. Blah, 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 blah. I will admit I do sometimes say blah, blah, blah. Sorry, terrible joke reference. Anyway. Takuma, man. To think you'd come back now spouting that stuff. All that about Miyuki being the key? You gotta be kidding. Sorry, Takuma. Bro seems kinda irritated for some reason. Okay. Kaito. I figured I'd see how he's doing, but he's in a worse mood than I'd anticipated. You're just talking nonsense since you can't bear to let her go, right? You really think I'm capable of that? Listen and listen good. Miyuki's finished. Kaput. We gotta take down the boss, and fast. Miyuki, finished? What are you saying? Exactly what I mean. Just look at her. Even you've gotta throw in the towel, right? Are you serious, Kaito? So if I was in her position, you'd do the same to me? No way. I'd never do that to you. I wouldn't let you get that way in the first place. I'll always protect you, you hear me? Always! You get it, don't you? You're weak. That's why I can't leave you on your own. And those things out there would eat weaklings like you for breakfast. Even back then, you would have been fine if you'd just stayed by my side. Back then? What's he talking about? I get the feeling I shouldn't ask. Still, I can tell he's getting too worked up. Maybe I should step in? I've got to do something that'll, you know, affect one of their affinities. And not that it matters much, but with Kaito having the lower affinity, I don't know what they're talking about. All the more reason to not say anything here. Now you've done it. I'm so over this. I'm not something you own, Kaito. I can't stand the idea of being protected by you forever. Don't you see? I'm getting strong enough to stand on my own 2 feet. You? I'm not the weak one here. You are, bro. You're the one depending on me. Kaito, he slapped Mew? I couldn't stop him in time. See? Just like I said. No, what did I... You only know how to solve things with violence. You just want an excuse to vent your anger, and you use me to do it. I'm not the one stuck on what happened back then. You are. You. All I want to do is protect you. Protect what's important to me. Oh boy. Oh jeez. Hey, what are you gonna do, Takuma? I don't think there's anything I can do. Kaito, Mew. I don't know what happened with those two, so I don't know what to say. And now we move along, once I select the next thing, to actually advancing the overall story. I don't necessarily know how much I have to go, but it would be nice if I could do, like, the entirety of part 9 in, like, this one stream here. Alright, voice acting is back, yay. And with that, I will take out my webcam and get back to a little snack.
ああ、いえ、見当たらなかったので、つい探してしまいました。壁画調べていたんですか？
ここ1層目と1つ下の2層目のものについてはかなり調査が進んだと思うよ。さらについ先日3層目も発見し、そこでも壁画を見つけたんだ。
すごい。もしかして何か分かったんですか？
どうかな。今の状況に役立つかわからないが。
よければ聞かせてもらえませんか？
ではどこから説明しようか。
I mean, not that I think it'll matter that much, but one would think the first level is the best place to start.
ここに描かれているのは獣神に祈りを捧げる人間たちと巫女の様子だね。人間と獣神が共存していたんですか？ この壁画を信じるならそういうことになる。注目すべきはここ、巫女だ。他に比べて明らかに詳細に描かれている。古来より巫女は神の代弁者としての側面もあった。おそらく獣神と人間をつなぐ存在だったんだろうね。
獣神と人間をつなぐ巫女。
そしてこの壁画、たくまくん、君にはどう見える？
凶暴な獣たちが暴れ回っている。
50点といったところかな。よく見てごらん。家や人の姿があるだろう。
本当だ。なんだかまるで獣たちから逃げ回っているような。
そうだね。私にもそのように見える。おそらくこれは私たちの世界で暴れた
Okay,
獣の
snacking is
姿
done.
を描いた
Webcam is
ものだろ
back.
う。世界中に残る神話や伝承には時に怪物が登場するが、その怪物とは獣神ではないかと考えている。
そうなんですか？
まあこの壁画を根拠に
So, you know, like, if the story of this game were actually true to, like, our reality, that makes me wonder, like, what kind of, things would kind of provide evidence of the crossover, so to speak. Like, would the Loch Ness Monster actually be like some sort of Seadramon? Oh, and this is just going to get into the other levels and what all he sees from those. This was definitely covered in other endings that I've done, though. So I almost kind of want to just, like, breeze through it. Okay, tell you what, I will put it on autopilot. Probably Bigfoot and the Yeti would be Digimon too. I'm wondering what other kind of urban legends and stuff would coincide with other Digimon and what Digimon they would be attached to. It would be kind of funny if Bigfoot was actually like Monzemon or something like that. But then, what would the Yeti be? Although, there's also like Warumonzemon. I don't know. My knowledge of Digimon is pretty much limited to kind of the first couple of seasons of the anime, I guess. Yes, Monzemon's the giant teddy bear. And then Warumonzemon is just like meaner looking giant teddy bear. And also the color scheme gets changed from yellow to more like gray. I still feel like I should do these. I don't know why. Wait, nope. That's what I meant to do there. Knowledge of Digimon is limited to World 1, Next Order, Digimon Story Cyber Sleuth, and Hacker's Memory, and then this game, yeah. I suppose, I mean, for me it's the first, I guess, mostly 3 seasons of the anime, this game, Digimon World 3, and I guess that's about it. I mean, there's for some reason I want to think there was another Digimon game that I played, but I can't remember any others that I ever owned. Other than Digimon Rumble Arena, but that's not going to give any, like, that one was pretty much all the popular Digimon anyway they tried to use for that. Never really watched the anime, just liked the games. I mean, with the characters at least, I see a lot of crossover between season 1 of the anime and, you know, the characters in this storyline, but maybe that's just me. Only one that I don't play anymore is Digimon World 1, because PS1 doesn't even work with TVs anymore. Yeah. Although, didn't they come out with, like, kind of a remade version of a PS1 that could use an HDMI? Or at least, I mean, yeah, I guess really new TVs aren't gonna use the, like, the red, yellow, white hookups anymore. Because, like, there's a couple of classic, somewhat classic, you know, video game consoles that have gotten sort of remade and then, like, preloaded with a bunch of games. But if you still had the old games, you could play those on that. I don't know. I think so. I think there's a PS1 with HDMI stuff like that. I'm not 100% sure on that though. But like I know the Sega Genesis got remade recently, but I can't remember for sure if that used HDMI hookups or not. I say recently. It wasn't that recently. And then there was like a SNES that got kind of remade. And again, these kind of classic consoles that they've been remaking have all been coming like preloaded with generally about 30 or so games in them. Couple of big names and a lot of lesser known ones. But I don't know, maybe look into that if you ever want to get back to playing Digimon World 1 again. Anyway, so they were talking about stuff with Miyuki, I assume. Yeah. So I got, you know, sidetracked by chat conversation. Not that there's too much that I've missed, considering I know generally what's going on here. I'm just gonna ask him straight on this one. Oh, Spyro, yeah. You wouldn't be satisfied with the, like, kind of remade trilogy or whatever? Pretty sure they did that with the Spyro games. Was it a trilogy? I don't know, but, like, they definitely remade some of the old Spyro games and packaged them together.
いきなり聞くかそれ。答えてくれ。みゆきは今どこで何をしてる？
Minoru's all like, yeah, I guess I gotta tell you.
そうだな。タクマにはちゃんと話しとかないと。
Oh, but before he gets to, that's right, the fog rolls in, and, yeah,
ねえねえタクマ
can't even access
君
it.
はまた濃くな
They
って
make you
ない
have to download the second and third game. All you get is a basic Spyro 1.
本当だ。
Hmm.
やばい。来やがった。なんなんだこの音。
食堂の方から聞こえてくるよ。
葵さんの警報だ。敵襲の合図だよ。行くぞ。
みんな集まって早く。あ、たくまくん遅いわよあなたたち。
ごめん。
何が起きたんだ。
たくまくんどうやら約束を果たせそう。
約束って。
みゆきちゃんのこと後で話すって言ったでしょ。彼女ならあそこにいる。
Yeah, so that should be enough of an explanation. Not really, though.
みゆき。
タクマ近づいて。
And we get these scenes again.
みゆき敵を連れてるぞ。
These types of scenes that, you know, when I was first playing through this and editing the videos caused me to wonder if I should put in, like, seizure trigger warnings. But I mean, they generally weren't that bad.
どうしちゃったんだよ、みゆき。
みゆきちゃんは主のよりしろになっているのよ。
More like the master is possessing
取
her.
られていると
Yeah.
言えばわかる。
知ってあいつのことか。そうだ。僕だ。タクマだよ。わかるだろ、みゆき。返事をしてくれって。なあ、みゆき。
But anyway, Owl, I totally thought they did with the old Spyro games the same kind of thing that they did with, like, the Crash Bandicoot Insane trilogy or whatever. But not like I have the games myself or anything, so I wouldn't know for sure.
構えて襲ってくる。迎え撃つわよ。
Fighting time, okay. What levels do we have here? 36, 37. Oh, I only get to use 4 Digimon? Jeez. Tell you what. I'll go with Falcomon. Do I really want to use the way lower level? Anyway. Or I can go with my higher leveled wild Digimon just to have some reason to keep using them. Gotcha, okay. Bought the PS4 one, excited to play. Only reason I bought it. Found out that not only do I not get it, would be expected. Don't want digital copies of games, physical only. Yeah, so... So the way you were talking about it there, it's like you could basically buy it and Spyro 1 would be on the disc by default, but you'd have to download any of the other games. Also, I am totally going to auto-battle this, just because it should kind of be a cakewalk with the Digimon I'm using. Yeah, I mean, as much as I can, I like to get physical games, but at the same time, like, say with Digimon Survive, for example, I really didn't feel like waiting to get a physical copy, so I just downloaded it once it released. All you get on the disc is a physical copy of Spyro 1, yeah, okay. I mean, I don't know. Not passing any judgment here, I just feel like if all I had to do was download the other ones, but they still didn't cost any extra, I would go for it. Now, if they still cost extra on top of that, then, yeah, no, that's a ripoff. But yeah, maybe see if that's a newer build or whatever you want to call it of the PS1 might have HDMI capabilities. I mean, even if not, there should be some like kind of connector things that you could buy that would let you do like the RGB or whatever it was called. It's not RGB, but let you use the older hookups and be able to like transfer those into an HDMI. Like, I know they used to have that kind of stuff for turning those inputs into the old, like, coaxial stuff. Still, to this point, very little has been different about this particular ending. other than the scene about Saki.
ほう我が手足では及ばぬかならば我自らが食らってくれよ
アグモン。
タクマ、本当に戦っていいの？
頼む、やめてくれ。
教授、
みんな彼女を、みゆきくんを攻撃しないでくれ。
首相じゃなさすがは年の子汝のようにみんな素直なら良いのだが
ダメだ、みゆき。
Hey, it's Renamon.
そう。
何をするまとわりつくな
みゆき。
Really wish they could have animated some of the scenes like this a little better, at least. You know. Even shown something that Renamon was doing to, like, restrain her. Maybe if there's ever a sequel, they'll do a little bit better with that.
情に訴えようとしても無駄
みゆき、思い出して。私たちずっと一緒だったじゃないか。
獣よ貴様を見ているとなぜか許しろの心がざわつく故に他に叫んじて食ろうてくれようだ呪い
Yeah.
読みじへと
Still pretty familiar.
そうはさせん。
教授。
食らうというなら私からだ。みゆきくんを支え続けてくれたこの子に手をかけさせるわけには。
何を意味のわからぬことをずっと支えたな
Some of the wording seems like it might be a little different than in previous times, but the events are still quite similar. In fact, nearly identical. Yeah. This was the part where I wondered about the, you know, epilepsy seizure trigger warnings.
Miyuki. Miyuki だよね。気がついてくれたんだね。
これって
みゆき、ダメだ。奴にまた飲み込まれる。
逃げてハル、早く逃げて。
はっ。なんで私じゃないんだ。
Now, I'm wondering if Renamon's reaction there was because of Renamon being the one that they understood as Haru, but her knowing that it was really Renamon all that time, or was it just Renamon actually finally realizing that you know, she's talking about Haru, and that's actually referring to the professor. I don't know.
する力を残すとはまあよい。いささか力を使いすぎた。ここは一度引くとしようか。
助かったの危なかったみんな大丈夫悪いけど休む前に次の襲撃に備えましょう
立てるかさあ僕に捕まって離せ
Yeah, none of this stands out as being significantly different, so still probably wouldn't include it in any, you know, later video edits. But just in case, I'm not gonna just like do the whole really fast dialogue skip. Although I suppose I could have it, like, auto-scroll through all that. But I suppose it's also because I'm waiting for the point at which I see something new. That I'm not doing the auto-scroll. And they spent all this time enduring attack after attack by Miyuki. After all, they couldn't exactly kill her. She's one of us. And above all, we can't stop the master without her.
なあタクマ辛い気持ちは俺たちも同じだでももうどうしようもねえだろどうにかしたいけどさどうすりゃいいんだか
Yeah, what indeed. I'm sure everyone realizes how important Miyuki is in all this. Maybe there's a way to bring her back. What if we call to her like the professor did? No, maybe we should let him keep doing it. Sorry, maybe we should let him keep doing it. She'll come back eventually, right? Honestly, what seemed to really trigger it in that situation was him talking about Ranamon. But anywho, semantics, I guess. Wrathful path, and because I haven't chosen a lot of the wrathful options in previous plays, in previous playthroughs, whatever.
やっぱりみゆきは必要なんだ歌かああそれに前にも言ったけどこの世界を救わなければ僕たちの世界も危ないとは言ってもよどうすりゃいいんだそれは
Is there another way? I mean, just because we don't know. Oh, right. This lets you choose multiple things. I forgot about that.
さっきの戦闘中みゆきは教授に強い反応を示していた彼女を正気に戻す鍵は教授が握っているんだと思う
そうは言うが私は何をすれば
仮にみゆきちゃんを正気に戻せたとしても他にも
Yeah,
問題があ
I
るの
still think it was the just broader, like, emotional response that was what set that off, and not specifically any one person or action in all that.
今は無事だけど彼らが本気になったらいつまで持つか
And just because. It's one of the few moments where it lets you choose all the karma alignment options.
みんなでみゆきに呼びかけよう。そうすれば彼女も目を覚ますんじゃないか。
And honestly, with this specific progression, it's like, alright, well, we gotta do something. Maybe the professor. Okay, well, what about all of us?
でも
Well, that makes sense. I guess they would have tested that out themselves already.
どうしたミュウ、腹が減ったのか？
I need to go get some food because it's getting late if the stream ends while I'm gone. Okay.
違う。
See you in a bit if I don't end the stream before then. Otherwise, yes, good night.
あのおじいちゃんはこの世界の生き字引だもの。きっと何か知ってるはずだよ。
I forget if it's still part of this chapter that they go talk with Digimon or if that's the next chapter.
遊園地への道はまだ繋がってるのか？わかんねえけど、でも
このままいても事態は進展しないわね。実際何も事態が動かなければ別の場所に行こうってみんなで話してたもんね。行くしかないよ。
Everyone seems to agree. They've really grown a lot in the days I was gone. And they don't have Shuji to freaking, like, argue every point with them.
どうする、たくまくん。
僕
全員の意思で決めたいの。あなたの意見も聞かせてちょうだい。
That's right. We won't make any progress just mulling this over by ourselves.
行こう、遊園地に。
To the amusement park. We hurried to the amusement park to gain some of Gigimon's wisdom. And yet...
あれ、なんでうちが来たのに誰も来ない。
So it seems like this is still part of the same thing.
いつもならみんな出迎えてくれるのに。
っていうか、あの騒がしい奴らも来ないって何かあったのか？これは良くない状況だな。
しかし不気味だな。物音一つしないとは。
おい、ジジモン、聞こえたら返事してくれ。返事がない。
少なくとも声が届く範囲にはいないようだな。
たくま、気をつけて。なんだかちょっと変な感じがする。
Now it feels kind of off. You know, not with the lack of greeting or
ジジモンたちと
anybody around that...
別の何かが近くにいる気がする。
それって。
But there's that too.
ねえ、ちょっとみんな来て。
どうした？
この子たち怪我してるの。
Right.
そいつらって。
ちょっとあなた、しっかりして。何が起きたの？
Oh, wait, yeah. Okay. I've just put the pieces together with how stuff happens. I should have done it before, but...
人間の女の子と霧の化け物に襲われ
Hello, respect the robot. I mean,
みゆきのことか。
I wouldn't say I really wanted Biyomon to get hurt that bad, but I don't know. Definitely wasn't one of my favorites.
玉座の間で籠城してる。
Anyway, hi, how are you?
あいつらの襲撃は今は落ち着いてるけど。
Also, it's not just Biyomon who got hurt here. It's also, let's see here. Patamon and Palmon are the others.
おい、しっかりしろ。敵は今どこにいんだ。
カイトダメ。これ以上喋らせないで。
Miyuki attacked this place? But why? Did she predict what we were going to do?
たくまさん。
何かあったの？
玉座の間につなが
I suppose in the context of this game, they were kind of annoying.
嘘やだ。どうなっちゃってるの？
落ち着いて。おそらく逃げた後に塞いだんだ。中にいる者たちがやったんだろう。
Oh, hey, thanks for the follow. Over on Kick, much appreciated.
籠城してるということね。だったらまだ無事な可能性もあるわ。
ならもう少し時間は稼げるかな。ミュウ、まずは怪我してる子たちを集めよう。
Gather all the injured and then meet up with Digimon, right?
わかった。
では、私たちも探すとしようか。
And we search. But of course, this is me playing through this game, so I'm not just gonna do what I have to in this moment. I'm also gonna look at the other places. Okay, nothing to really see here, it would seem. I doubt there's gonna be any, like, hidden secrets, because I've scoured this place in previous playthroughs. Nah. How about here? I would guess if there's gonna be a, you know, hidden battle of any kind, it's gonna be in this spot. And that's probably what it's gonna be. Yep. Alright, fighting time. Not that I need to, but I'm also, like, kind of very slowly trying to, like, 100% the game. Which, in my mind, also means trying to recruit a version of each of the wild Digimon. But now all of my party are the same level. But I gotta use at least one of them to try and do any recruiting. Alright. Syakomon it is. And that's the only one I really need to use because I already have Wendigomon. So the rest are gonna be my lowest level wild Digimon. Because I like seeing all the levels go brrrr. Oh, geez. Okay. Tell you what. What's his attack range again? Just kind of like that. Would he be able to hit the... No. Alright, then. Ooh. I could get this chest over here, maybe? Yeah. All-purpose ointment. Okay. This is what I was really waiting for. I would like to talk with Skull Greymon. It's trying to say something. Give it some food. Nope, okay. It's okay, if I really nail the other two, then I could still recruit it to my side. Jump aside, I think was the correct response here. Yeah. And seems interested in what the humans are saying. Maybe he wants to just keep listening. I don't know. Darn it. Hadn't gotten that one lately. Okay, well. Now I'll just auto-battle this the rest of the way at full power. Because it'll go a lot quicker that way. So, I will admit it's been a while since I've seen anything related to the shows and whatnot, so I kind of forget how the Digimon might have been, or at least some of them in that context. Marine Angemon and Skull Greymon are a weird combo. Yeah. Marine Angemon... Well, I didn't get to recruit Skull Greymon, so that one's not on my side. But, Marine Angemon appears as the Mega, I guess mostly just because the Digimon it evolved from is like kind of more water based. Syakumon's like a clamshell basically, and its other evolutions end up being like Shellmon and oh geez, what was the ultimate stage evolution for that? I can't remember. I was gonna say Megaseedramon, but I'm not sure that's accurate. No, that's right, it was Mermaidmon. I thought it was the enemy. It can do the yeah. That's what I was just trying to remember at that moment. It's been a little while since I've actually used anything other than the Mega Evolutions of the partner Digimon in this game. Because, okay, so this is my third time playing through. The first time was just alright, I'm gonna play it naturally, whatever flows, I'm going with it. Second time, I specifically went for the true ending, which was also what got me all the, at least the affinity-based Mega Evolutions. Also, yes, Owl, welcome back. I've also got somebody on Kick that I'm kind of chatting it up with. So I've got YouTube chat engagement and Kick chat engagement. Yay for multitasking? Question mark. I think the only other area it's going to give me is the school area, just for the recollection battle. Okay. Only did one playthrough, not my kind of game, but wanted to know how it went. Oh, so if you only did one playthrough, though, you absolutely could not have gotten the true ending. Must be some more injured around. I'll have to look high and low for them. But so far in this playthrough, because I'm specifically not doing the true ending, it's probably going to look quite similar for quite a while. Oh, you did the wrathful ending specifically, which is what I'm doing right now. So, you've probably seen, like, all of this already. Vexing Alacrity Crystal. Okay, whatever. I don't know if I need to talk to any of these before I actually progress things. No, but I do get items from it, so, okay. Speed Charge Plus. The wood in this theme park is weird. Are you calling Patamon a hot dog? What is it? It's Palmon. A winged hot dog. And then what is... Okay, if Patamon's a winged hot dog, then what's Palmon here? This sounds almost like... I don't know if anybody else watching this has seen... There's a guy that I've seen on, I think, TikTok. Seems to have an Australian accent or something like that. And he'll just describe things... Intentionally describe things in, like... the goofiest ways. Like, bushes are just short trees. Okay, so we've got Robot, if I can call you that for short. We've got Robot calling Patamon a winged hot dog, and Owl calling Owl is calling Palmon weird ice cream. Robot says Palmon's the salad to go with the winged hot dog. So far, I think Robot wins the funny name contest. I wish I had a prize in store for you. I'm sorry. I wasn't able to plan for something like that. Oh, good grief. Okay, I feel obligated to say this out loud because like I've got two different chats going on here and one's not able to see the other. So for Owl's sake, Robot over on Kick just said Syakomon is, quote, the things you learn in sex ed class. I mean, it's definitely reminiscent of a euphemism for a certain thing, but I won't say any more than that. Oh hey, another winged hot dog. Anyway, I'm, like, breezing through this dialogue now because it's all been said and done before. I'm not gonna put this into any other later videos anyway. See, okay, so now Owl is referring to Biomon as the leftovers to go. I would have called Biomon, like, you know, a side of chicken wings or something like that. You know, if we're sticking with the food theme. Anyway, Muse friends, yeah. They're glad for the help. What? Okay, now Robot says Biomon is your ex-girlfriend who just won't stop sending you text messages? I am not quite sure I see it, but, you know, with how you've described your annoyance with Biomon. To reference Digimon World 1, where you had the had to chase Biomon and basically corner him to recruit him to the town. Oh, gotcha. Because, like, leftovers on the go because Biomon kept running away. Yeah, I'm gonna have this on autopilot. Survive could be 3 hours shorter if they removed the partner saying, I agree, you're a great tamer, every other line. Yeah, I mean... But, you know, in the context, trying to help, psych each other up, or whatever. I mean, a little bit of encouragement probably would be nice to hear if I were in a situation like that. Right, yeah. Feel free to let me know if at any point something's going too far there. I did perhaps get a little bit carried away there, Owl, just based on what I saw from Robot's comments. I let a little not-so-Christian slip out, perhaps. I'm just a little too familiar with the internet, one might say. Alright, we found Digimon. So, I get a feeling I know what's going to happen here, and how it's going to specifically relate to the wrathful path as opposed to the others. Let's see here. Robot says, never understood Lopmon's tamer. Can see the Digimon respond. Let's see, I'm missing part of that. You can see the Digimon responding to your emotions, and yet he never picks up on it. Yeah. Yeah, Shuji is pretty much impossible to like in the first playthrough. Like, the game literally forces you to play through it more than once if you want to get the true ending. And even in that one, like, Shuji becomes a little bit better as things progress, but even then, he's not that likable. Just as an example, Robot, I will use Owl as an example of how disliked Shuji is, if Owl doesn't mind me sharing this. But, yeah. Our YouTube viewer here, Owl, wound up playing through
僕らの仲間
the
が
game
主に意識を乗っ取られて
and just intentionally, like a whole nother time, intentionally just leveled and, you know,
彼女の体に
skilled up
意識が入って
Lopmon like crazy
敵対して
so that the next time around, when it came to, you know, Lopmon coming back at Shuji, it felt like revenge.
ジモンお願いします何か方法を知っていたら
Didn't understand why they forced you to play it twice to save some people. I mean, the game's just designed in such a way that you have to play it multiple times to get multiple endings anyway. Whether or not, like, even just disregarding the whole, like, alright, you save certain people this way or the other way, it's like there's different story stuff that happens depending on which path you get. Like, we were talking about how, or Al and I were talking earlier about how in the moral path, like, Digimon here dies, and so does Renamon. Well, although Renamon's like a kinda sorta, if I recall. Or maybe that was a true ending thing and I'm getting it confused, I don't know. But then this path, it's not a spoiler for Robot here since you did the Wrathful path before. This path, Saki ends up dying. And then, I assume, on the Harmony path, Mew ends up dying. In True Ending, no one dies. There's still... Isn't there still a thing with Renamon where Renamon at least gets hurt so bad that, like, he, whatever, reverts to, like, an egg form for a while? So they almost... I don't know. It's not quite a death. But yeah, I guess... I don't know. I still don't necessarily recall that, that's Garurumon, he reverts... No, that's not what I'm talking about. Like, Renamon literally reverts to an egg form. And I'm wondering if that was in the true ending. Maybe that was the true ending where that happened. I don't know.
主を倒そうそれ以外に方法はないよ
主って倒せるようなものなの
But I mean,
管理者だとか絶対的な存在とか
I don't remember that.
何よりあのピエモンを
Maybe that was a true ending thing then, if you don't remember it, Al. But,
主って何なの
yeah,
本当に神様みたいなやつだったら
I'm not gonna say I like games that you have to play through multiple times to get everything, but especially in one that's as story heavy as this, if you're gonna encourage
どうしようもない
much replayability, I mean, I guess there's the whole collecting all the Digimon stuff, but otherwise, there's not too much else to really encourage you to come back and play it more. Al says, then again, I bulldozed through True to take another shot at Shuji on an even playing field. Yeah, if we want to double check that, I mean, could go back to my True Ending playthrough, which is, you know, available for anyone to see on YouTube. So, I get a feeling this is the situation wherein Saki will end up dying. Because as I recall, for the true ending, Ryo had to step in and save her.
またあれと戦うの
Game was in development hell for years and got shoved to another studio to get it out the door ASAP.
違うの
That explains, you know,
うちは
some of the things feeling like they could have been done a bit better.
時に意地を張るな。
But for what it was, or like how it went through the development process, I guess it's not terrible, really.
どうにか逃げ出す方法があればよいが。残念じゃが他に通路などない。正直お手上げじゃ。
Yeah.
こうなりゃ考えるのは後だ。ここで待ってても眷属たちの思うツボだ。だったらこっちからぶっ潰しに行ってやる。
そういうことなら俺も乗るぜ。
おいカイト君、無謀な行動は。
どの道ここで待ってても襲われるのがオチだ。俺は行くぜ。待ってくれカイト。
Yeah, and then in the true ending, didn't Shuji end up helping Mew in this situation? Or was it Takuma? No, I think Shuji wound up helping Mew in this situation, and Ryo did with Saki.
ミノルどうする？お前が行けと言うなら俺も共に戦うぞ。
うちが
But I don't know. Anyway.
お兄ちゃんのことはうちに任せて。ちょっと待ってみゆちゃん。
兄弟揃って何無茶言ってんだ。
そうよ。それにみゆちゃんさっきあんなに震えてたのに。そうだよ。怖い。うち
Oh, I also missed a comment from Robot there earlier. Reverting to an egg is technically death. They're reborn without their memories, usually, but a strong bond can keep the memories. Yeah,
お兄ちゃんを助けに行く。
I'm not that familiar with the broader Digimon canon and what all does and does not happen in those situations, but yeah,
みゆちゃん。
it definitely wasn't a good thing anyway. Like, it definitely seemed like a dire situation for Renamon when that happened in this game.
とにかくこれ以上は。
Al says, I don't remember. Only thing that sticks out in my true ending memories is that everyone survives, and Ryo punches Shuji and calls him out on being a jerk to Lopmon.
まさか先までカイトたちを追いかけるつもりじゃん。
The word jerk was not used there, but
もしかしてまだ遊園
that
地
might edit.
残っている子たちがいるかもしれない。
先その可能性はあるけど今は。
あれだけ傷ついた子たちを見てきて、みゆちゃんがあんなに必死になってるのを見て、ここでじっとしてるなんてできない。
Oh. I don't remember this dialogue. I might have missed something.
私も行く。さきさん。
Maybe this is where Saki gets herself into some extra trouble and then doesn't make
先
it.
まで飛び出していくなんて。
どうしてよ。一人になるのは危険。
No hard and fast rules. It's a multiverse where multiple digital/real worlds are connected. Different rules apply to different digital worlds and real worlds. Yeah,
ラブレモンの言う通りだ。
true.
僕らまで焦っちゃダメだよ。
Like, I'm pretty sure at least the first few seasons of the anime, though, that the human world at least was all the same one. I mean, definitely season 2, you have TK coming back as a main character, and I'm pretty sure
ここで待ってるわけにもいか
oh, Kari does too.
サキとカイトたちを追った
And
方が
then
いいと思うけど。
I think Tai has some sort of interaction, maybe Matt as well, probably because of, you know, their siblings, TK and Kari, being involved, but
私はサキさんを追うわ。タクマくんはカイト
not as sure if there was any connection in season 3 there.
ミノルくんも私と一緒に来て。
But anyway,
それからできれば
but yeah, especially then across the games and other just completely unrelated storylines. Yeah,
わかった。
it wouldn't surprise me that each one
ファルコン
kinda winds up having different rules. Season 1 and 2 share the same world. Season 3 is different. 3 has a character from Season 1 and 2's world who can cross digital world servers, so you could use that to cross real worlds.
行きましょ
Newer
う。
games have a woman with admin on the digital worlds.
僕たちも急ごう。
Hmm.
ああ、カイトたちの元へ行こう。
Owl says Digimon World Next Order actually touches on that multiverse theory
いた。
as a plot point. Is that you basically have to reboot the whole Digi world to save it.
やれねえとは言わねえよな。
当然だぜ。腕が鳴るってもんだ。
よし。
Yeah, this seems a little bit different from what I remember the last time I didn't get the true ending.
込むつもりだよ。
あんな数に正面から挑むなんて体力が持たないぞ。カイト、無茶だ。
And I wound up going on the moral path for that one.
戻ってきて。お兄ちゃん。ダメよ。今近づいたら巻き込まれちゃうわ。
So this is not going down quite the way that I thought it would, but definitely seems like they're in a dangerous enough situation that people could get picked off, so to speak.
こいつもこいつも俺の邪魔をするな。ダメだ。ミュウの声さえ届いていない。カイト、ミュウもいるんだ。ミュウを守るんじゃなかったのか。ダメだ。止められない。
タクマ、僕たちも戦
See, Harmony ending, this is totally where I could see, Bolt Bautamon
そうだね。今はとにかく
coming up,
カイトたちを加勢しないと。
spawning from Kaito's rage.
大丈夫。シャコモン。しっかりして。ミュウ、今こっちに来ちゃダメ。 嘘。
Maybe I should actually start reading the parts that, have Takuma's thoughts in there, though.
うちらもうダメなの。やだ。助けて。お兄ちゃん。助けて。誰か助けて。せめてミュウだけは。
させないぞ。
ミュウ、今助ける。
Now, how in the world would Patamon get a hold of a minigun there, robot? Like, for real. I'm probably not dealing with Digimon that are all that high leveled. Nah. So just for funsies, I'm gonna use some of the lower leveled wild Digimon that I have. Because I can. Oh, what? I only get to pick one? Okay, well, if that's the case, hold up now. And maybe I'll use, like, Beelzemon or Hercules Kabuterimon or something to try and get them in line with these other three here. Digimon can mode change. Oh, man. Owl says, is the person on Kick talking about, Mirei she can cross the cyber and real world multiverses. I don't know. Maybe I should ask. Robot, do you happen to be talking about a character called, I hope I am not butchering the pronunciation here, Mirei Mikagura? She even takes you to a multiverse in Cyber Sleuth to find a royal knight. Key character in Next Order as well. Robot says yes, she's the admin girl. I honestly don't even care much about this battle to focus on it. I can easily full power auto battle my way through this.
僕の番だよ。
反論門。
But yeah, so there's a true ending evolution. Just so you know, Robot.
私も強くなるよ。
So like the concept of that in season 3 sounds vaguely familiar, but I can't say I recall the character very well offhand. She has 2 cats that turn into Angelomon and Lady Devimon. Let's see here. Ryo in Digimon Tamers is a multiverse skipper. He was originally Ken's friend pre-Digimon 2, and his Digimon becomes able to warp time and space, and he skips universes looking to stop it becoming super evil. Okay. I've again, like, since Digimon World 3 and, like, partway through Season 3 of the anime, I really have not kept up with Digimon, other than this game that I'm playing right now. Y'all seem to have a more extensive knowledge on this than me. More enemies, yay. And I might have missed some new dialogue there because I wasn't paying attention. I'm not sure I cared that much though, to be honest. Dracmon needed more screen time. Easily the best partner in Survive. He's definitely up there. Hey. Oh, Dracmon's in the battle. Maybe that's why he was just mentioned by Robot. Heh, heh. Do. I have that extensive. Just played Next Order a couple of times. Played Hacker's Memory a lot and remember. Well, Hacker's Memory is the second most played game on Owl's Switch. Robot says, I liked Falcomon's story until LOL time skip instead of writing the rest of the development happening. You referring to how, like, Falcomon split from the group, but then just, like, you know, kind of decides to change his mind because reasons? Or is there a different storyline that I'm not catching on to here? I don't know. Although I guess he kind of seemed like he was still almost at odds with Minoru a little bit before they went into the whole Piedmon fight. And you go back to the real world and every character's different and conflicts are resolved. Owl says favorite character and plot point in this game is Garurumon and his plot with the professor, aka Haru. Robot says Garurumon's barely in the wrathful ending. So, Kaito basically gets reprimanded for going off the rails.
マジで助かった。
Makes me wonder if maybe off somewhere else,
恩に着るぜ。
Saki winds up getting in trouble.
こもってない。もう一回。
And maybe that'll be the main difference between Wrathful Path and Harmony Path. Maybe Harmony Path, it'll be they split up like this, and Takuma goes to help Saki instead of Mew.
それじゃあこの話はここまでにしよう。今は先を急がないと。
Because it doesn't seem like any of the others have been involved in this immediate situation
もし
here.
かして他にも眷属どもが出たのか。それはまだわからないけど。
Al says Garurumon and Gabumon are my favorite Digimon, so any plot involving those two are my favorite in any game.
たった一人で？
葵さんとミノルと教授が追いかけていったから大丈夫だと思うけど。
I remember liking Gabumon and Matt a fair bit in season 1 of the anime,
いいかな。
other than some of those moments where
お兄ちゃん。
Matt got just like
言うかよそんなこと。
kind of Kaito light here,
たくま行こうぜ。
where he'd go off the rails just a little bit, but nothing like too extreme.
早くこっちへ。ジジモンのことは心配しないで。奥にいるから。まずは自分のことを最優先して。こんなとこで命をなくすなんて。
It'd be stupid to die in a place like this. That sounds like famous final words.
完了したわ。
俺の方も大体終わったぜ。怪我してる奴らは教授に見てもらってる。
Al says Hacker's memory is also very generous to Garurumon in that you get 3 types of him.
お願いね、ミノルくん。
Robot says Kaito at least makes sense in a lot of this. He's a bit angry, but you understand why he's the way he is.
来てくれて本当にありがとう。 やば。
Oh, there was a moment of Aoi thinking something there.
見て、もうあちこち霧に飲まれてるわ。
Oh.
まだ助けられてない子たちもいるのに。
Or is Saki just gonna get swallowed up by the fog? Hold up. What was Aoi's thought there? What should we do? It's too risky to push any further. Am I actually basically Aoi in this situation?
まだ助けられてない子たちが。このまま救出作業をしていたら、私たちまで。
Alright, I'm gonna slow down the dialogue a little bit now.
ここで私たちが死んでしまったら、たくまくんたちにだって迷惑が。そうだよね。仲間が減ったら、みゆきちゃんを助けることも難しくなる。でも私、今できる全部をやっておきたいの。絶対に後悔したくないから。ここに来てから傷ついてる子たちをたくさん見てきた。その度にもうあんなの見たくないって思ったの。
Eh,
今諦めたら私
not gonna lie, getting a little uncomfortable in my
そんな
chair.
気持ちで手術なんて受けられない。さきさん、だから私はやる。みんなを助ける。でも葵ちゃんはミノルたちのところに行って。だって葵ちゃんは私たちの大事なお母さんだもん。
Way to lay it on thick there, Saki.
葵ちゃんには元気でいてもらわないとみんなが困るじゃん。
Saki, she wants to save everyone, even if it costs her everything. And yet, all I've ever done is run away.
さきさんを放ってなんておけるわけないじゃない。それに一人より二人の方がいいでしょ。私も手伝う。私も手伝うわよ。葵と私はいつだって一緒だもの。みんなでみんなを助けるの。それが一番よ。ありがとうみんな。葵ちゃん、いつも優しくしてくれてありがとう。
You're always saying that, Saki, but you're the kindest one of us all. I can't do what I want if it means breaking the rules we all decided on together.
こっちだよ。大丈夫。誰も見捨てないから安心して。
They're really laying this on thick so it, like, punches you extra hard. I only think of the results. I'm never prepared to take on responsibility. Can I become like you someday? Truly kind and willing to take responsibility for my actions?
この辺りにはもういないみたいね。じゃあ次。
I've got Aoi mulling all this over because of Saki.
どうしたの？いきなり神妙な声で。私、あなたのようになりたい。
Did they give Aoi a little bit of, like, red on her face there? I can't really tell. My screen's not big enough.
なんかよくわかんないけど、葵ちゃんにそんな風に言ってもらえるなんて、今まで生きてきて一番嬉しい言葉かも。だって私こそ葵ちゃんみたいにってずっと。って今はしみじみしてる場合じゃないよね。
Yeah, it's definitely not the time to get all deep.
そうね。助けましょう、みんなを。
Alright, so now what's gonna happen?
もう誰かいる感じはしないわ。さきさん、もう大丈夫みたいよ。わかった。じゃあ、あとは私たちだけだね。もうかなり視界が怪しいけど。でも、まだ見えるわ。今のうちに脱出しましょう。
Robot, if this were my first playthrough, you'd be killing the vibe. Suddenly, Patamon hot dog minigun mode comes out of nowhere and mows the... Like, really? Oh, man. Oh, you're talking about mowing Aoi and Saki down here.
誰かの声がしたような。
No, why? I would never want that to happen.
間違いない。誰かが助けを求めてる。
That sounds like the Biomon voice.
葵、どこへ行くの？
Is that just me?
大丈夫。小さい子みたいだし、私でも助けられる。
And the fog is even thicker right there, though. If I leave anyone behind now, I'll never be like Saki.
怖がらないで。こっちに来て。
I don't know about that.
葵ちゃんダメ。そいつは。この子、私を騙して。葵ちゃんに近づかないで。さっき、むっちゃんはやめて。
And I'm seeing I think I'm seeing another one in the shadows back there. Actually, probably multiple.
これくらい平気。それより葵ちゃん立てる？ええ、私は大丈夫。でもこの状況はかなりまずいわね。葵下がって。いざとなったら私があなたたちを守るから。
おい、お前ら大丈夫か？
カイト、タクマたちも来てくれたの？
Robot says, nice of the monster to stand there letting them talk. Yeah, you know, just your stereotypical anime
タクマ
tropes.
さんとお兄ちゃんが来たからにはもう大丈夫だからね。
Everything's plot related.
状況は？
No armor like plot armor, right?
小さい子たちはみんな避難させたところだよ。
ってことは目の前のこいつと霧の向こうに隠れてやがる奴らを倒せばいいんだな。 そういうことなら話が早いな。ここは俺たちに任せてもらうぜ。タクマ、僕たちも戦うぞ。ああ、もちろんそのつもりだ。
私もここに残ってサポートするわ。サキさんとミュウちゃんはミノル君のところへ。
That face. Anytime Aoi gets that face, it's almost like her nose practically disappears. Is that just me? Not that they have big noses to begin with, but
ミュウちゃん、ミュウちゃんはここの女王様でしょ。なら一番優先すべきことわかるよね。みんなを守ること。よし、私と一緒にみんなをもっと安全な場所へ誘導に行こう。
Robot says modern Digimon games have some amazing expressions.
葵ちゃん、タクマ、カイト、ここは任せるから。ええ、必ず食い止めるわ。
もちろん。やってやろうじゃねえか。
ありがとう。さあ、ミュウちゃん行くよ。
Now I feel like I'm kind of too invested in this to stop until either I reach the end of this, like, chapter thing, or I, like, absolutely have to cut it off. Okay, so we've got... Again, I can only use one other. Well, Dragomon's already in there, so... Guess I'll use... Well... you know what? Just for fun, because there's already 3 other, like, partner Digimon in there. Lost condition is specifically that Agumon dies. Yeah, I'm gonna auto battle this. Pretty sure I've got high enough Digimon levels here for that. Man. Robot says it's interesting finding a Christian stream on a platform dominated by prostitution, advertisements, and gambling. Why do you stream on Kick? Well, partially because I think this platform could use some more people that aren't like the things you just described. Also, just because it seemed like there might have been overall some opportunity here. And not just with, like, you know, sub-revenue split and all that kind of stuff, but, like, really kind of getting in closer to the ground floor of a streaming platform. It just seemed like there might have been more chance of potentially growing with the broader growth of the platform. Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of other Christian streamers that I know of who were hesitant to move over to Kick, partially because of the things that you mentioned, but especially once it was established that, you know, viewers had the option to, like, turn off some of that stuff if they wanted. That kind of, you know, got more people convinced that it was worthwhile. Or at least that it was worth giving a shot. So yeah, I mean, honestly, where else are Christians needed more than the places where you would expect the fewest of them, if that makes any sense? Like, Jesus didn't come for the believers, he came for the sinners. Similar idea.
その強いタクマの気持ちと僕の気持ち通じ合っているから。
Although I say that, and then I gotta confess, there was somebody who popped into my live stream last week, I think, and literally the first comment they made was, you know, included an F-bomb, and I was just like, maybe not so much with that. Agumon's about to go to Mega, probably the Wrathful Path Mega. But yeah, honestly, like, my main platform is YouTube, but, you know, I figured if I could simultaneously stream on another platform, why not try to? And then Twitch came out and said, hey, we don't want you doing that. So I was like, okay, well then all the more reason to give Kick a shot. Wrathful has the coolest line for Agumon. I mean... I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but I also am not, like, super duper partial to any of them. I mean, okay, the Greymon line is probably my favorite just because of, you know, the nostalgia and history behind it. And now he's a robot. Machine Dramon, yeah.
アグモン、その姿は。
タクマ、待たせたな。さあ。
Alright, whatever. I'm not gonna wait through all of their long pauses in all of this dialogue. Especially because at this point, with how much I've been talking with chat, I'm pretty sure this is not going to make it into any other separate video thing. Might cut it down to the, like, opening flashback scene with Saki, and then whenever her death ultimately comes around. Robot says, robot made of the corpses of other robot Digimon. Wait, is that actually like the canon description of Machine Dramon? That sounds halfway like a Pokemon entry, but it also wouldn't surprise me. I'm realizing I have it on the full power auto battle, and yet Agumon, or should I say Machine Dramon, hasn't decided to digivolve further into Fang Longmon once more. The robot says, yes, his parts are from other cyborg Digimon. He has Metal Greymon's claw on one arm, Andromon's face for knees. Huh. I guess that is a thing. Doesn't seem very respectful to the robots, if you ask me. Sorry. It's username fun. These are the kinds of jokes you get with me. Getting pretty sick of being attacked over and over. I would too.
そうね。とにかく今はサキさんたちの元へ。
Go find Saki and the others. I thought you were right there with her. Or I guess maybe they got caught up in the battle. Wait. Digimon World 1 lore says he was the most powerful Digimon ever. When he was defeated, his energy dispersed around the world and unlocked Mega Evolution for other Digimon. Okay. That's a lot more lore than I expected there. Ooh, hello. That's an effect I haven't seen. And it goes after Saki. And since she was separated from the others, maybe that's why. Also, it gave us the Kinzoku's perspective there. Interesting. Also, Robot says original Virtual Pet / Digimon World 1 only goes up to Ultimate. So they needed an excuse for the new level, huh? How did it turn out like this? We gotta make it. Kinzoku disappeared into the fog. Saki's about to follow right after. She barely made it. Thanks to Aoi, Saki didn't get swallowed up. Okay, meanwhile, can you not have any of your Digimon, like, you know, attack the arm of the Kinzoku or something? What the? That does not seem like a line I would have expected from the professor. What? That seems so out of character for him. Half of her body's already in the fog. We have to hurry or this won't end well.
じゃみんなまで
Al says, massive flaw of the characters is this: they let stuff happen and then weep with regret later at the fact. I mean, doesn't seem much like they're just letting it happen in this case, but yeah.
私怖いけど
Huh? Saki let go? Okay, I guess she's kind of letting it happen here.
ありがとう
But in the same way, a lot of letting go situations end up doing that in, like, you know, dire situations in various media. See, now there, it had, like, multiple arms coming up to grab her, and, like... That definitely would have made it difficult for them all to
サキ
get away from that.
サキが霧に引きずり込まれた
こんなことって
Oh, robot, you're killing me.
おいサキ返事しろ生きてるんだろ
私霧の中に入るわきっとサキさんは生きてる
葵君、それはあまりに無謀だ。霧の中に入ったらどうなるのか忘れたのかい。
教授の言う通りだいくらなんでも危険すぎ
I'm actually somewhat trying to let the moment sit, and then robot coming in with all these, like, just...
でも他にサキさんを助ける方法なんて
I don't know if puns is the best word, but...
サキサキ
There's no response. No way, this can't be happening.
フローラも
Also, why were the Digimon all off to the side there?
何これ消えちゃうの私
どうなってやがるおいなんでこいつ消えてるんだ
わからないわよ一体何が起きているの
Same reason Kunamon vanished after Ryo was taken by the fog? You'd think they'd know this by now. Okay, Takuma does, apparently. This is just like the time with Ryo.
おいそれじゃあまさか
そういうことなのねごめんみんな何を言ってるのあなたはサキさんのことを待ってなきゃそのサキがいなくなっちゃったのだから私ももう
サキがまさかそんなこと
待って行かないで消えないでサキさんはサキさんはバイバイ
消えた
Saki was swallowed by the fog, and Floramon disappeared before our very eyes. That means Saki's already...
サ
Yeah, it apparently doesn't take long once they get swallowed by the fog. Makes me wonder in this universe if there would ever be any kind of chance of somebody actually making it out of that.
たくま、やばいよ。霧がどんどん広がってる。
まさかこの場全体を飲み込む気か。
No time to mourn. We have to get out of here right now.
みんな早くここを脱出しよう。
たくまくん、何を言ってるの？サキさんはまだ
And
葵さん、もう分かってるだろ。
Aoi's... I mean, I guess it's not too surprising that she wants to hold on more than any of the rest of them.
嘘よ。こんなの嘘。
今は何も言うな、葵。肩貸してやるから。立て。
I promise you all I'm not ignoring the comments. I'm just
いや、話して。
trying not to let that, like, completely ruin the moment.
いいから早く来い。カイト、葵さんを頼む。分かってる。とっとと脱出するぞ。 よし、脱出経路は俺とファルコモンが誘導するぜ。みんな遅れんだよ。さあ急げ。ミュウも
走って。
こんな時に唯一の大人として何もできないのか私は。
I mean, I don't know if there's much he personally could have done in that situation. Plus, like, again, relative to the Digimon and what they could potentially have done.
今はここを無事に脱出することが先決だ。小さい獣たちは私が誘導しよう。
はい、お願いします。
たくま、僕らも急がないとやばいよ。
I don't necessarily mind, you know, the mood of the moment being completely just ripped away from me, but sorry, Owl, if you're confused, Robot's making a bunch of funny comments while this is going on. Looking back, the fog is hot on our tails. We're running as fast as we can. Fog's falling over the amusement park, swallowing it piece by piece. It disappeared, vanishing just like Saki. It meaning the amusement park? And that's how we get into part 10. Okay, I kinda don't really want to go any further than that for tonight, because it's already a little bit late for me. I pretty much have to hit the hay in like an hour. Also, good grief, Robot, those comments of yours. If only we had some incredibly powerful creatures able to carry a human with one finger. Or maybe a godlike Digimon. Maybe something like Anubis. Who can, you know, reject death, basically. It's just... And the whole smoking thing. Oh, man. I appreciate the humor, even if it doesn't quite fit the moment. I thought maybe I would still try and, like, salvage that to turn it into a video later, since that's actually, you know, a standout, different moment from this particular path of the story. That's what I really tried to highlight with, you know, continued videos of this game that I've put up on my YouTube channel. But, man, it was really hard to keep up the mood in that situation. Oh, man. Especially having played through this multiple times over with other endings, where I'm already like, okay, yeah, it's... Don't want to upload videos of me smirking as anime children die. It's less than ideal. Anyway. Okay, but like I said, it's getting a little late for me. I've got like an hour before I should get some sleep. So, I appreciate y'all for watching. And especially Owl sticking with me through, like, basically an entire 4 hours of a live stream. Yeah. Hope y'all enjoyed. I mean, Robot, it definitely seems like you enjoyed your time here. I'm here doing this. I mean, not this game specifically, but I'm here live streaming every Saturday about the same time, and every Thursday, generally a little bit earlier in the day. But yeah, feel free to, you know, tune in for future streams, especially on Saturdays, as I'll be continuing this after the Bible study portion. But yeah, again, thanks for sticking around. But I think that will do it for tonight. Ooh, I have enough viewers on Kick that I could actually do the whole host raid type of thing. I might try and do that. Sure. Okay, that means my stream's gonna be ending. Y'all have a good night.